Okay, everyone, because we have a new way to access on the internet, City Council. Sorry for the delay, because we usually are very punctual on time. So let me find out where everything is here. Okay. The March 18th, 2020 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on CLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 102 and in standard definition on Channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and on the Go Vegas app. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web of the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers. Go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between city council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, seek security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon, please. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Jason Adams, Reformation Lutheran Church, and remain standing for the pledge. Thank you, Pastor, for joining us.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, to council members, those on the phone, and our online audience. Let us pray. Holy Parent, force of life, healing, and protection, as this whole world faces together the threat of disease and illness, we turn to a power greater than ourselves. We recognize our privilege in just being here today in this place. We are blessed beyond measure and give thanks. Bring an end to division among us. Give us greater awareness that our lives are not our own, but only truly realized when we live for the sake of those around us. Remind us that our success is bound to the success of our neighbors, and help us to seek the common good. Open our eyes and give us all humble hearts to see the need in our city, especially in communities at risk, our parents and grandparents, our neighbors who experience homelessness, and those who care for the sick. Let the decisions made in our city today be focused on extending support where it is most needed, for seniors in need of food and medical care, for workers laid off, and for the good of students in need of daily meals. Bring endurance and wisdom to our nurses and doctors. Calm the fears of families one paycheck away from an eviction. Be with our first responders who put themselves at risk every day. And comfort parents of children home from school and teachers who continue to provide resources. Turn us from selfishness and our inward focus to give assistance to the next ones we meet and to put love above everything. Sustain us in this time of trouble and lead us all to be willing to make sacrifices to be as Vegas strong as ever, and to stay home for Nevada. Hear us, bring healing and peace. Amen.
First, I'd like to get into a little bit of a discussion of what we're doing today because we have made some adjustments in order to comply with the issues of good health and safety. As you can see, we are seated each adequately apart from one another, and we've asked our audience, if they chose to come in, to take the same precautions. But in addition to that, we now have a new way for you who are online somewhere to talk with us and be involved in the Las Vegas City Council. So I'm going to start with our city clerk for some explanations because, as you can see, we have Councilman Anthony to your right and Mayor Pro Tem on my right, but your left, Councilman Knutson there, and then our attorneys, Mr. Jerbick and Mr. Dorkak. But online from home is Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Diaz, and Councilwoman Seaman. That was done in alphabetical order, not with women first. So if you would, please, Madam Clerk, explain what's going on, and then Mr. Riggleman, who's our Director of Public Information, will add to that, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In support of our social distancing, and yet we still want to make sure that everybody has access to our council meetings, we've provided sort of a unique, and it's in the works, opportunity for anybody, any citizen that'd like to participate on public comment or public hearing items from home. They can log on to www.lasvegasnevada.gov/council comment, or they can email citycouncillive@lasvegasnevada.gov. We will be receiving those emails. We have somebody here in the meeting today that will be printing them out and handing them on those public comment or public hearing items. They will be handing those up to you, Mayor, and we will be reading those items for the record. If we receive one of those emails or comments after an agenda item has already been heard, then we will keep them as part of the record, but they won't be submitted during the meeting.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Riggleman, if you would.
Mayor, that really summed it up. Well done, Luann. Again, just to reiterate those addresses, if people would like to email us, the address is on your screen there currently, citycouncillive@lasvegasnevada.gov. You can also go to our website, lasvegasnevada.gov/council comment, and we'll handle those comments as Luann indicated. They'll come in just to my right here. We'll print them out and then bring them up to you, Mayor. And again, that's going to be on the public hearing items and on the public comment items.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, again, online are Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Diaz, and Councilwoman Seaman. So as we move forward with the agenda and you have questions to any of their items or their comments, again, you found the protocol now. So thank you very much, all of you who are not in chambers with us. So we're on agenda item number 8, which is the public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. She's going to go first.
Yes, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We do have one ceremonial that'll be read from the dais. Councilman Anthony has a ceremonial, item number 5.
Did I? Yes? My kids tell me,
You're
my
so
grown
excited to get
kids all
started.
the time, they say, Mom, I know Dad thinks you're perfect, but you aren't. You're flawed, and we'll tell you. Oh, because it wasn't highlighted for me. Ha! Never to cast the blame anywhere else. So let's back up to agenda item number 5, which is part of the ceremonials. We'll put the public comment on pause, and we will turn to Councilman Stavros Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We all know these are pretty difficult times right now, but we always have some good news to report in the city of Las Vegas. And one of the things I wanted to recognize is a very successful Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Youth Soccer Tournament that we held about a month ago, and it was absolutely wonderful. We had 741 teams from across the world come out to this tournament. It involved boys and girls 15 through 17 years old. So these are some of the best soccer players in the world, and not only from across the United States, but we had 89 teams from Argentina, Canada, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, France, Germany, Haiti, Ireland, Japan, Kenya, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Poland, South Africa, Sweden, and the Netherlands. And I just want to thank Roger Tabor and the Downtown Soccer Club for hosting this event with the City of Las Vegas. And what's even more important is that 16 teams from the City of Las Vegas won their division. So we had 16 soccer teams from 15 to 17 years old actually win their division among 741 teams from around the world. And I just wanted to recognize them. And under normal conditions, we'd be looking out there right now, and there'd be about 350 kids sitting in this chamber getting ready to come down and shake the hands of the city council and get a picture taken and show their cup, but unfortunately, we can't do that today. So I want to read into the record and just let these teams know that we're very proud of them and their representation of the city of Las Vegas. So the boys under 12 Adidas West, Heat FC 08 AE, Coach Andrew Coverstone, they won their division. The boys under 13 Adidas East, Las Vegas FC Academy 07, Coach Gildardo Huerta, they won their division. The boys under 13 Adidas West, Heat FC 07 JP, Coach Julian Portugal, they won their division. The boys under 14 Adidas East, Albion SCLV 06 Academy, WA Coach Wayne Attard, they won their division. The boys under 16, Generation Adidas, Downtown LVSC 04 Gold, Coach Dan Shell, they won their division. The boys under 17, Chapman Auto Group, LVSA 03 Silver, Coach Manello Miranda, they won their division. The boys under 19, Chapman Auto Group West, players SC 01 Elite, Coach Dror Madani, won their division. The girls under 11, Chapman Auto Group, players SC 09 Elite, Coach Boris Jukic, won their division. The girls under 11, Rotary of LV, players SC Junior Elite, Coach Boris Jukic, won their division. The girls under 18, Adidas, Diversity FC, Coach Sergio Reyes Rojas, won their division. The girls under 13, Chapman Auto Group, Heat FC 07 ECNL, Coach Atine Barbara, won their division. Girls under 14, Chapman Auto Group, LVSA 06, National League, Coach Samir Solminski, won their division. The girls under 14, Rotary Las Vegas LVSA 06 Red, Coach Rudy Manuel, won their division. Girls under 16, Chapman Auto Group, LVSA 04 National League, Coach Michael Madrid, won their division. The girls under 17, Chapman Auto Group, LVSA 03 National League, Coach Michael Madrid, won their division. And the last one, girls under 19, Chapman Auto Group, Heat FC 0201. ECNL coach JJ Wozniak won their division. So congratulations to those teams, and please, let's give them a nice round of applause, huh? So thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence, and another successful year of soccer, and congratulations to every single one of those kids.
Thank you,
And thank you.
Councilman Anthony. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. For the first time, public comment will be available for the public comment and public hearing items on the City Council agenda online at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/council comment and via email at citycouncillive@lasvegasnevada.gov. Comments will be taken on individual items during the meeting until the item has been called. All comments will be added to the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mayor Carolyn Goodman of the City of Las Vegas, and want to take this time to address council. In this time of unprecedented challenge and uncertainty, each of us is being called upon to follow the national mandates of the President of the United States and those of our Governor of Nevada, Steve Sisolak. Clear, open communication and variable instructions to follow call for all of us to work together to remain calm and realize there is and will continue to be overriding plans to follow. Patience, civility, self-control, and having strong faith must prevail. For fear and fear alone can and will impede us. It has been my intent as mayor of this great city of Las Vegas that we would be able to remain open for business, even when realizing there could be constraints put upon us to which we would have reasonably adhered. Because not only do I understand, but because I am painfully aware and sensitive to the very many who live paycheck to paycheck. I know we and they cannot survive any total shutdown of the economy for any length of time beyond the immediate week or two. So many working in our hospitality industry, and more than likely, yes, in our hotels. And also those mom and pop small privately owned businesses. These are most definitely at the greatest risk. They cannot survive any lengthy shutdown. Thus, my full efforts will be focused on keeping as many of our people as possible employed and asking the governor to shorten the projected shutdown. Know the facts. In the past 20 years alone, and without any shutdown, we have survived the West Nile virus in 2002, the SARS epidemic in 2004, the bird flu in 2005, 2006 E. coli, 2009 the swine flu, 2004 Ebola, 2016 the Zika virus, and every year also the general flu. And believe it or not, we're still here. Any full-out shutdown will cripple the state's recovery, not only for now, but for several years to come. We are unique. We are not New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and our economy depends on tourism and being open for dining, entertainment, gaming, sports. 42 million come to us these past years every year, and our own 3 million Nevadans depend on the income from that tourism for their livelihoods. Shutting down for any lengthy time will create untenable hardships. Now, according to the CDC, the coronavirus, COVID-19, like other viruses before it, tends to have an incubation period ranging from 2 to 14 days. It, like other viruses, oftentimes targets those with compromised health issues, and of course, far too often, the elderly. COVID-19 is most contagious beginning a day before symptoms show up. A day before is when you are at the highest moment, and remains transmissible until about 8 days thereafter. Thus, the call for self-isolation before and during the onset and until the contagious period is concluded is beyond prudent. And we can do this. We can and we must do this. The governor has mandated and encouraged self-isolation when appropriate, distance separation, one from the other at all times, and before last night's mandate, cutting business occupancy to 50% to help control the spread of the virus. Of course, we have and should have always followed the standards and general practices of sustainable good health for all. We are adhering to those demands and do so in trust and in good faith. But we will always be cognizant that the government of this country and in every state is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So as we are permitted, the city of Las Vegas will seek ways for people and businesses to control their own lives, for people to control their own lives, make their own choices, create and follow their own destinies, and live being assured they have the right to do so in dignity, earning a living, providing for their families, and even helping others to enjoy those same rights and dignities as they can. And even as we struggle to survive even this virus. So I ask, please, Governor, we need to be able to live our lives, support our families, and yes, keep Nevada strong, but together. But we can't do that if we are continuously housebound, unable to work for such a lengthy time period. Please be assured that the City of Las Vegas and our staff will continue to do our expected duties with vigor and determination for the people of Las Vegas and for the state of Nevada. And I have asked our lead attorney, Brad Jerbick, who has been taking care of legal issues for us right through my term of 9 years, and before that with my husband, Mayor Oscar Goodman, who had 12 years. And we rely on you so heavily and your team of fabulous lawyers to advise us. You're always the first stop with any question we all have. Is this legal? What are the issues? So I know you might have some comments, and I'd like you to share them with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You can come to this one, I prefer.
First of all, let me say, as I stand here, I've been your attorney for almost 28 years now, and I find that I enjoy two things. One, being your lawyer, and in some cases, in the case with the mayor and her predecessor, her husband, you get to almost be a personal counselor too. And so I stand here painfully aware that I'm not elected. I'm not a person who makes policy calls. I'm a person that's here to give legal advice. But last night, we kind of talked more personally about the big picture of what's going on in the city right now. Before I begin, let me say that these comments that I wrote last night and shared with the mayor are just comments I just meant to be between her and myself, but she's insisted that I say them today, and I will. But before I do, I want you to know these comments are not aimed at our city, and certainly not at anybody in our management. At the end of the day, and you'll see how this ends, the die has been cast. We went from 0 miles an hour to 1,000,000 miles an hour between last Friday and Monday. Instantly, decisions at a national level, at a state level, at city levels across the country have been made that have moved us into a position that we're at today. And that position is not pleasant, and it's going to get more unpleasant as we go forward. But I do want to tell you, we have, in my opinion, one of the best managers the best manager I've ever worked with, one of the best managers in the country. And he's going to have to manage this situation regardless of which way it goes. And so I urge you all, as we go through this, on a policy level, you run the city. But on a day-to-day level, this man's got to put this thing together. He's got to tell people to go home or to come to work, or to lay them off or continue employment. And so I urge you, no matter what I say right now, you've got to back your city manager. We can't hold this together without him and without his leadership and his guidance. And I'm telling you, I talk with him just about every day over the weekend, and what he has got faced right now is scary. Having said that, what I told the mayor last night was that I believe in the power of people, not government. Government is made by people, not the other way around. People know when to stay home when they are sick, and they know when to go to work when they are well. People know when to be cautious when there is risk. This pandemic is the latest of many faced by this country and the world, and as the mayor said, in the past, we managed SARS, swine flu, avian bird flu, the pandemic of 1918, et cetera, et cetera. Each time we survived as a people, and each time we proved our resourcefulness, humanity, and resiliency. This crisis, in my personal opinion, not legal opinion, is no different. It is guaranteed that if we do not, panic, fear, government shutdowns are based on a bet that if we kill our economy, we will kill the virus. That is not a guarantee. It is guaranteed that if we do not kill the economy, the virus will spread, and many will get sick, and many will die. That is a guarantee. If we don't do something, that's going to happen. That happens every year, in a different form, in a different bug, in a different virus, but it happens every year. If we take the path recommended today to close businesses and do the other draconian things recommended or even endorsed or ordered by governments around the country, we know for a fact that business, jobs, lifestyle, education, and even our very lifestyle will be a setback for generations and maybe forever. If we behave like every crisis before this, there will be consequences both subtle and harsh. But we will survive, and we will emerge from this crisis like the many crises I mentioned before. As a nation, we are currently strong and best equipped to fight this virus as we have in the past. If we cripple ourselves as we are about to do, imagine where we will be 4 months from now. Massive unemployment, massive job loss, a broken economy, and little room, if any room, to fight another round if this virus is still around 4 months from now. However, the die has been cast. To follow the course that we would prefer would not undo the damage that I'm afraid we're about to do to ourselves and our country right now. We are servants of the public, and we'll do our best to step up to the plate and serve the city with skill, professionalism, and compassion. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
You can't. We're public
Thank you.
comment. Thank you. If I, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council and those online, because I have chosen to speak at public comment and had asked Mr. Jerbick to do so, obviously, Council should not be responding. Public comment is non-responsive. So I do want to take one point, though, and the staff we have here at the city is a remarkable staff, and I can't echo strongly enough the leadership and fine guidance and openness that is constantly shown to us by our city manager, Scott Adams. Your days ahead are going to have very few hours of sleep. We know that, and for all of your staff who already are on that bandwagon of having 1 and 2 and 3 hours of sleep, that will continue, but we really have to give people the dignity of making choices, helping other people. And as an example of the elderly, I am that person. I'm 80 years old, and beyond that, have a compromised health system, and have more energy than a pack of wolves in line to get anywhere, and can get through this, but only with the help of our fabulous team, the wonderful city council, and the support of the people in our fabulous city of Las Vegas. So I ask you to be strong. I ask everybody that is listening this morning to comply with the health safety measures that have been put down. And thank our city manager and staff, and most importantly, my fabulous colleagues and all the clerk's office, everyone, our marshals, our healthcare professionals that are out there all the time. And just really, as they get sick, if they do, which they have, because this additionally is allergy season. And so as you're sniffling and wondering, the panic creates the mind, do I have the virus? The reality is these are all things that we can take advantage of and learn something and be better for the learning process. But again, Governor Sisolak, 8 days for those, or 10 days, which is sort of the window there, and listening to the health district and the CDC and those in the medical field. That is a time, if everybody will help and stay home these 8 days, please take advantage of lifting this mandate. We need our businesses to operate. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, we're going to move on to item number 9 now.
For possible action, any items from the 9 a.m. session, the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, tabled, or stricken. Item number 12, Home Investment Partnerships Program Grant Funds and Accounts for Affordable Housing Trust Fund to Nevada Hand. A request for abeyance for April 1st, 2020 by staff. And item 35, Bill number 2020-4, a request to strike by the applicant, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And councilpersons, Creer, please.
Aye.
And thank you. Oh, I can tell the difference of the voices. Wonderful. Thank you. And please vote and please post.
Aye.
And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Move on to agenda item 10. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the February 5th and 19th, 2020 regular city council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the minutes of the February 5th and 19th, 2020 city council meetings.
Thank you. Please vote and please post.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And we got all, Councilwoman Seaman, yes?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And the motion carries. And now we're moving, or pulling forward agenda item 66. Okay, give you time at home to go to agenda item 66. And these are reports and presentations, so we're going to be hearing from our general manager, Scott D. Adams, city manager on emerging issues, all wards. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. There is really only one emerging issue, and that is the state of our country, our state, and our city of Las Vegas, which is being driven by our COVID-19 or coronavirus crisis. I would like to use this item to take action on a few emergency items, I guess for the sake of continuity of government, in terms of doing the things that would be necessary in this time. One of those is to ratify through resolution the mayor's already signed proclamation declaring that we're in a state of emergency. So let me, if I could, read into the record that item. I believe you've all been provided a copy of that resolution. A resolution of the City of Las Vegas City Council ratifying the mayor's proclamation declaring that a state of emergency exists within said city and directing the activation of said city's emergency management plan. That's a fairly lengthy resolution there, and I think if you have any questions regarding it, our attorneys could answer any of those questions.
Could I ask you, having forgotten the length, is it a page or 2 pages?
It's about a page and a half.
I would like you to read them into the record.
All right, you're going to challenge my vision, Mayor. I'll do my best. Whereas the mayor of the city of Las Vegas has been informed that as of March 13, 2020, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has declared a state of emergency in response to the recent outbreak and defined pandemic of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, and whereas the governor of Nevada, Steve Sisolak, has declared a state of emergency in Nevada in response to the COVID-19 within said state, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic represents a disaster emergency and is a substantial and imminent peril to said city and to the residents thereof and the property therein, and whereas the mayor of said city hereby finds that it will be necessary to take appropriate action to protect the public peace, health, and safety, and to preserve the lives and property of the residents of said city, and whereas in light of the exigencies of this disaster emergency, said mayor further finds that it will be necessary to take such action without regard to the formalities which are prescribed by law. Now therefore be it resolved and declared by the mayor of the city of Las Vegas that a state of emergency exists as of 12:30 p.m. Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 within said city, and it is therefore ordered that the city manager, the coordinator of emergency operations of the city of Las Vegas, is hereby authorized, empowered, and directed to activate said city's emergency management plan, and that the city manager is further authorized, empowered, and directed to undertake such emergency management operations and to take such other and further actions as may be necessary or appropriate in order to respond to such emergency and to implement the provisions of said plan. And then it's, of course, approved this 18th day of March 2020, signed by the mayor.
Thank you very much. Is that concluding your comments? Because I'd like to ask.
No, that is the first resolution. There is another resolution that would follow,
Thank you.
which would be,
We'll let him finish, and then, do you want to take questions on that first?
I mean, we could do them all together, we could do them one by one. I don't know what would
Well,
be the
let's
most.
do 'em. How long is the next part of?
This
your-
one, a little bit longer, another.
And is it to discuss the issues of purchase, et cetera, and part of the plan? Because apparently we have some questions here, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
maybe, Jeff, if you could chime in on this one.
Mayor Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. No, the second resolution has to do with requesting that Governor Sisolak put the city in a state of emergency and also to direct him to get any monies he can and send them to the city as appropriate. So the first resolution that Mr. Adams just read has to do with ratifying your emergency proclamation from yesterday, and the second one has to do with letting the governor know that the city's in a state of emergency and we would like any financial assistance he can assist with. For your sake, on the previous question, it might be easier to do one resolution at a time and do a vote on each.
I would prefer that. Yes, please.
And then I also, just for the record, I'm going to put some stuff in the record so we don't get in trouble when this crisis is over. We are on item 66, the city manager's emerging issues report. We are going to take action potentially on 2 resolutions today. They are emergency items, and under NRS Chapter 241, the open meeting law, we are permitted to proceed with emergency items. Particularly in this situation, we have 2 resolutions that were not placed on the agenda because our clerk's office already sent out the agenda last week, and these were emerging issues over the weekend. That's why we are taking them up as emergency issues today. And with respect to the resolution that City Manager Adams just read, we are required by city code to ratify the mayor's proclamation of the emergency declaration from yesterday, and that's why the first resolution is before you today.
So is it appropriate to take a vote on it first, or can we
No, I
ask
think we
questions?
need to ask questions.
Yes,
You can do
please.
questions first, correct.
All right, any questions? And council persons online, if you'll hold, we're going to have Mayor Pro Tem, who asked several minutes ago if she could ask questions. So we'll take the bank here and then your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that we don't get in front of our skis here on this resolution of the City of Las Vegas City Council ratifying the mayor's proclamation. According to our city charter, our mayor is the only person that can declare an emergency. She is the first person to do that. With this declaration and this resolution, if we ratify this, in the bottom portion of it where it says, "It is therefore ordered that the city manager," I just wanted to, the straight-up question is, if we ratify this directive, this resolution of our mayor's proclamation declaring a state of emergency, I want to make sure that our mayor is still in control of decisions, and if she directs our city manager to do or to not to do, I just want to make sure that this is crystal clear.
That is not correct.
Okay, so what is
No,
your...
on black and white, what you're doing is, through this resolution, invoking the city's emergency management plan by charter and by resolution, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dorkak, giving me the authority to make decisions on an emergency basis.
Without the mayor's consent?
I will communicate with you to the greatest extent possible. But there will be times, actually, I will use your term, there will be times that I may get ahead of your skis in the interest of public safety and health, because we are in a public safety and health emergency. And the point of an emergency declaration is to make emergency decisions. If I had to consult with every single decision and take it before council, it wouldn't be an emergency. By definition, we're in an emergency. The mayor's made the declaration. I promise I will communicate vociferously with you, and whenever possible, consult with the mayor ahead of time. But I cannot guarantee that every single decision I make will be at the mayor's request. I will point out that in the city charter, aside from an emergency, you're the chief executive officer of the city, I'm the chief administrative officer of the city, responsible for day-to-day operations. It's a little different under emergency. That authority gets a little greater because we're in an emergency. I don't know any other way to say it. Did I say anything wrong, Jeff?
No, that's all accurate, and I think as has been expressed in other meetings and today, Mr. Adams will exercise his emergency authority. This resolution is the council explaining that Mr. Adams has the emergency, ratifying that Mr. Adams has that emergency authority, and the city manager's also expressed, I know, that he will work with our office and with the mayor when he can, and especially no matter what happens, we will make sure from the city attorney's office that everything that needs to come back to the council comes back as soon as we can get it back to you when any emergency actions are taken that require them to come back to you. So we will keep an eye on everything, and I know communication will be key.
Madam Mayor, may I be frank?
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
please.
And Brad, I don't know where Brad is. I appreciated those comments, and Madam Mayor, I appreciated your comments. about myself. This council has been fractured on many, many votes. We've been 4-3 on a lot of issues. And it's been very difficult managing in those times. Because it is very difficult to understand the will of council at times. It puts me and my team in a very difficult position, day to day. But in an emergency, I would hope you stand together as a council, coalesce, and act in consensus of support behind me as we go forward, because we're going to have to work together as a team to get through this. We cannot break apart. We cannot break ranks. I respect each of you incredibly. Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor, Councilman Anthony, Councilman Knutson, Councilwoman Seaman, Councilman Creer, who did I miss? There's 3 on,
Diaz.
and Councilwoman Diaz, I apologize. And I will do my best to ascertain your will. But we're not in a normal time right now.
No.
To say that we're in normal times is really burying our head in the sands. And we are facing, I think, if you didn't get it in the briefings we gave you yesterday on our financial condition, I'll brief you again.
No.
And I'll give you some more updates in my...
I think, if I may, Mr. Adams, I think the concern here, which I'm very appreciative of, because it's been around our city council for a long time, these 20 years. And I think what it is, because the charter does say that as mayor, and having been to the FEMA training that whole week and learned the process of what we're doing, and because you and I spent a lot of time together, that as we move forward with this, following that declaration, that I had asked you before you take action when possible, because this is with me 24/7 forever, that you let me know. And that except for something precluding you from doing that, I will then let council know as soon as that immediacy of that emergency. But I think and maybe everybody's just fine with you waiting for the council to let them know. I think just clearing through the person, the mayor, whoever that becomes in going forward in years to come, they're elected at large. So as you are responsible to the council and the mayor, I first elected at large am responsible to the community. And so when there are errors made, heaven forbid there are any, all of us, but me in particular, have to be taking on the responsibility. And as I mentioned when I made my comments, you are our city manager, and this action, by signing that, gives you the authority to move forward, and in an emergency, when you can't reach me and you need to spend $125,000 to do something, whatever it is, that's what this process does. And that's all, and I have asked you, and you have told me you would, stay in touch at any time of a major concern that you'd be in touch, and I think that is what you're driving at. And then obviously as soon as I could, one by one, just as a conduit of information to my council, let them know what that action is. And then if in fact that expenditure is beyond your position to be able to enact, at that point, because it's an emergency situation, I would say go ahead, but then at some point it would have to come back to council for affirmation after the fact that you and I together have had the conversation and you had to spend whatever. But you may even have to spend it before you can even let me know you're spending it. So I feel very comfortable with the charge, and as we are a city that does not have home rule, as no city in Nevada has home rule, every city is run by and the county is run by management. So I think it's more just point of information and expenditure and everything. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Jeff, I just have a legal question. During a state of emergency, because the three individuals that the council, the mayor and the council control is our city manager, our city attorney, and our auditor. When we are in a state of emergency, if we need it to change anything, that is still our power and authority. Am I correct?
Yeah, even in an emergency, those three are still your direct reports,
Thank
correct?
you.
Any, yes, please, Mayor, See, I'm mayoring around. Please, Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I have the utmost respect for you and your husband before you as mayor. There's a couple things that I want to say in relation to this matter. First and foremost, I have complete and trust and the utmost respect for Scott as our city managers, Mr. Adams, and your team. So I want to make that very clear to this council that I will support you in every decision you're going to make. I think that's important, and there's, Mayor, given your comments earlier, I want to make it very clear, the only reason I'm here today is because I support our staff. In future meetings, if we can't figure out a virtual meeting format, I would not be here, because I think the President has been very clear in saying, the President of the United States has been very clear in saying what his expectations are for the country. Our governor has followed suit. I expect to follow suit with what our President of the United States says. I believe in government. It is who I am. I consider myself a bureaucrat, now I'm an elected official. I believe in government, and in times of crisis, which we are in, government is the thing that'll keep us going. So I fully have faith in Mr. Adams and his team. I have full faith that our city council can come together and agree on the path forward and keep our community running despite a crisis. And so, Mayor, with all due respect, I love this city. This is an unusual time, and I give full confidence in the decisions that Scott will have to make in the weeks and months going forward.
Thank you. Very good. Any comments online, please?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
So this is Councilman Greer. I want to reiterate what my colleague, first colleague, Councilman Knudsen said about still interested in Scott. I think someone asked me for decisions being made. Every day that a decision is not made, everything is crossed lines. I am perplexed on a lot of things. I'm sure how our city attorney gives public opinion over time. I don't quite understand that. I realize people that ideologies, but I'm concerned about our employees and our fellow team members and how the state of emergency is playing out. I know personally we have a lot of team members that are confused and they are concerned about it there, considering that there is a complete shutdown for the most part of our state that's been mandated by the governor, that has been supported, mandated by the president to not congregate with 10 more people. Yet we have people right now, I'm sure as we speak, that are working in close confines of their offices, and they are afraid to either say something, and because they don't want to be reprimanded. But I want to know how this is playing out with our employees in the state of emergency. Scott, to you, the answer that one.
We're moving quickly through a lot of issues as a city right now. I think as we briefed yesterday, we've got our arms around a number of issues, and I said to you in briefing yesterday that things would change daily. And they did, because that evening, the governor issued another executive, I wouldn't say order, he made a request that wasn't in writing of businesses and entities within the state of Nevada. So now our challenge is going to be, to what extent can we comply with that request? I think we've been very compliant as a city up to this point, maybe with the exception of holding the council meeting. Except that we have practiced social distancing in the council chambers, so, we said if we held this meeting, we would spread you apart, we'd spread our citizens apart. So I believe in spirit, are meeting the challenges presented by our president and our governor. I think the bigger challenge is going to be, and I was going to leave this for my report after we get through these resolutions, I will be closing the City Hall lobby, the DSC lobby, cultural and community centers. The public outward-facing functions that promote the congregation of people that would put them at risk. Now, what that means, it doesn't mean, and I want to be very clear on this, that we are shutting down the city of Las Vegas. We very much will maintain business operations in the city. Citizens will be able to call in, do business online, set appointments. In the DSC, we are not shutting down our construction industry. We have too much at risk and at stake there. We're going to continue to support all these wonderful projects that we've worked so hard to make happen. One function that usually comes later in our emergency management plan that I'm going to bring forward, because this is a different kind of an emergency, and that's recovery. I've already talked to Jorge and our Economic Development Director about their playing the role of being the one-stop shop for business assistance in the city, and that we be a pipeline to our business community to help them with all the assistance that's coming out of the federal stimulus bills that are being enacted by Congress, so that they know exactly where to go, how to get it, so that we minimize the financial impact on our communities. So that, I'm using that as an example. The point being is, they will be actively employed and involved in that effort. So, as I presented to you yesterday in briefings, we've already identified, we did it in our emergency management plan, we've done it for this crisis, the essential or fundamental functions of the city, they will continue to roll. We have no choice. Our citizens expect that from us. They expect the fire department to roll. They expect paramedics to respond. They expect the jail to continue to be staffed. They expect the wastewater treatment plant to continue to run. And I can go on and on and on and on. What that means is that a significant percent of our employee population will be actively employed, actively engaged in running the city. And we will look hard at those that aren't in those essential functions as to how they can support those in the essential functions to do their job. Because we may find ourselves in a situation where some of those, quote, first responders in those active business functions become infected, have to stay home, and we're going to need backup. So we're not shutting down. I want it to be crystal clear to all of you, because I've heard you loud and clear. Let's try to maintain business as usual as much as possible, and we will do that. And here's an interesting thing. As we've looked at other jurisdictions in the Southern Nevada region, they're all doing the same thing. Nobody's really shutting down. All they're doing is closing the things that put citizens at risk. And as I said to you in briefing yesterday, my 3 priorities right now are employee health and safety, citizen health and safety, maintaining essential or fundamental operations, because that is what government is all about. So that, hopefully, Councilman, I know that was kind of the long train to China, but I'm kind of making my emerging issues report here up front. And, you know, so we've done a lot of closings, we've done a lot of cancellations. We haven't, the events have. We're trying to hang on, but what's happening is the decisions are being made, as Brad had indicated, very quickly, at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And we're, in some ways, I have to ignore some of that as background, because I've got to keep my eye on the ball, those three things I talked about: employees, citizens, critical operations.
Councilman Creer, did you have more that you wanted to ask?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Diaz or Councilwoman Seaman. Any questions here?
Yeah, I just want to say that, Mayor, this is Councilwoman Diaz, that I strongly support what our city manager just said, that we as a council need to be a unified voice. Whatever the final outcome, we do have to put aside our personal opinions, and we have to entrust our leadership as a whole to provide our residents the reassurance that we are doing everything we can and we need to do for the health and well-being. And not just the immediate, but I think for the long term.
Thank you. Councilwoman Seaman?
Yes, with all due respect, I would like to reiterate what our mayor stated, that as elected officials, we are responsible for actions taken by you during this time to our constituents. And as fractured as you think we might be, we can put our differences aside at this time, as Councilwoman Diaz just stated. And I would appreciate, because as stated, we are responsible for a lot of people in our actions, I would appreciate that you confer with our mayor and, when you can, city council on major decisions implemented during this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. Just two comments. This emergency management situation that we're in right now is obviously, I think we've done this one other time when we were talking at briefing yesterday. It was a long time ago, but this reminds me of my days when I was a captain at Metro. There were times that I had to make emergency decisions, and I didn't call the sheriff up and ask for his opinion. I just made those decisions. So there are going to be times that you're going to have to do that. You're just going to, something comes up, and you're the city manager, and you're going to have to make that decision. But the three things that you need to do, and you've mentioned these already, is number one, you have to stay in touch with the mayor. She's the chief executive. You have to inform the entire city council of what you're doing. And eventually, you're going to be held accountable for what you do, good or bad. So you're going to make decisions, and we're eventually going to critique those decisions, and hopefully you're 100% right every single time. But there's going to be times that maybe you weren't, and we're just going to have those discussions. So I trust your judgment. So far, you've been doing a great job, and just keep up the good work. You have a great team and some great advice that you're going to get. So that's your deal right now. You're in the middle of that. As far as the city, I very much appreciate you saying that the city needs to be open, needs to be business as usual. Critical issues need to be taken care of. And I think, for example, this meeting today, we have like 40 items on the consent agenda. And, you know, most of the time we just look at the consent agenda. It's the consent agenda, and we pass them all at one time. But every single one of those agenda items has an impact on somebody out in our community. And they rely on us to make those decisions. And that's why we're here today, is to continue voting on stuff and keep the city moving, and continuing with land use and construction and flood channels and everything else that we're dealing with. So I'm hoping during these critical times that people see the city of Las Vegas as moving the ball along and keeping the city functioning the way we should be functioning. So I appreciate you bringing up those comments.
Thank you very much. And so at this point, do we need to vote on affirmation of the proclamation.
I think it was the first resolution that ratifies your proclamation.
That's what.
Correct, that'll be the first resolution up, and since we mentioned it, Mayor, do we want to check in with Luann Holmes and see if anyone randomly gave us any public comment?
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. And I would like them all to be read by you rather than waste the time of having me get them all the way around. I think it's, because then you'll have them in record, and we know that. I'd be very confident with that. So you just read the comments?
Thank you,
the
Mayor and
questions?
Council. We have a couple of them that are for a later agenda item, so I'll hold those off. And I will read some of the other comments we have.
Okay.
From Maricela Contreras, she's speaking of closure of specialist medical offices to the public. It states, urologists, dermatologists, et cetera, any elective medical office should be closed. Please stand up for those employees that are scared to lose their jobs if decided to not to go into work. And from Jacqueline Pait, what's going to happen to all of the small businesses that are forced to close? That's actually in her message as well. And titled Amnesty from Cara Mayberry. Why can't you urge banks and other institutions that collect periodic payments to implement an amnesty on mortgage, rent, other housing, utility, halting, shutoffs isn't enough. People aren't getting paid if they aren't working. Car notes, if the transportation is used for work purposes, i.e. food delivery, what measures can city council implement to incentivize this kind of amnesty? And that's all we have.
Thank you very much. So your comments that you emailed or however you contacted us are part of the record. And as time permits, perhaps we can assign someone to respond to them.
We have one more.
Oh, one more?
We have one more from Jeremy Butler. I feel more comfortable leaving the city council in charge during this emergency. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. So those will become automatically part of the record. And so we take them one at a time, Mr. Dorkak, now.
Yeah, Mayor, let me read the title of the resolution that we're going to take a motion on first. Again, as City Manager Scott Adams read, this is a resolution of the City of Las Vegas City Council ratifying the mayor's proclamation declaring that a state of emergency exists within said city and directing the activation of said city's emergency management plan. So we just need a motion either way.
Since I signed it, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to make that motion, please?
Okay, Madam Mayor, I am going to motion to approve this resolution.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and Councilman Creer? Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Motion, please post, and motion carries. Thank you very much. And on the second resolution?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve our second resolution, which is the resolution of City Council confirming that a state of emergency exists within the City of Las Vegas, requesting the governor of the state of Nevada.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to approve the second resolution. Please vote. Councilman Creer?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Back to you, if you would.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I think the next resolution is the one that Mr. Dorkak described, which really relates to a request of the state.
Right, and Scott, the council just voted and approved that one. If you want to add any comments,
No,
otherwise
I'm
it's good to
sorry.
go.
I completely missed that. I think I've given, we've approved both resolutions, correct? Correct. Okay. I think I've probably given everything I need in my emerging issues report. The only thing I would say to our citizens and to our employees is we will be communicating, hopefully daily, to our employees on changing events. Stay tuned to all the media, traditional media, electronic, print, and social media. I will say this is a challenging time for our communications team. They are really busy right now, and they are really working hard to get the messaging out on what's going on. And I felt really good so far that all the major events that the things that we've done and closings and otherwise have made it into those vehicles, traditional and social media. So please stay abreast through those vehicles of what's going on. We will work hard to get those messages out to the community. And given what we're going to do today to be compliant with the governor's order, we're going to be very outward-facing in terms of messaging that, to make it very clear that you can continue to do business with the city. And we'll be very clear about how you can continue to do business with the city. So really, that's all I have to report. I just want to end by saying I very much appreciate the support you've just stated for myself and my team. I will work with the mayor very closely. I will communicate to you the significant actions we take going forward so you're not out of the loop. And, you know, my dad was a coach, and I have to say, we're a team, and we're going to win this as a team. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If I might, Mr. Adams, 1 second, if you wouldn't mind, Councilman Greer. There was an item of a purchase is that in the agenda or part?
No, madam. Here's what's going to happen with that. We, just be very transparent. We had to make an IT purchase. I will not describe what it is.
Good.
Because it's a matter of security interest. And that will be placed on a future, we could not get it on this agenda to meet the notice.
Okay.
And a future meeting, we will put it on for ratification by
Okay.
council.
I thought it was on in somewhere, and I just wanted to make sure, because I know you and I had chatted about it
Yes.
over the weekend, and so I just wanted to make sure so that will be on a later agenda.
Yeah, we are doing everything we can to harden our security as a city. I would tell you, we were prepared to WebEx our council into this meeting, and there have been problems nationally, intermittently, with WebEx,
Yeah.
which underscores the fact that nationwide, the entire country's moving to work at home, which is putting incredible burdens on databases, software systems, and the internet, and broadband. So we will continue to work to make sure all those systems work the best they possibly can.
Well, and in light of that comment, that is exactly why I had hoped that we would be able to conduct this in public at open meeting law, confirmed with that. But in the future, again, is if we have enough room and we continue in this emergency situation. The only people that are at risk I see in front of me are your team, who are sitting on top of each other, some with allergies, hopefully nobody with any indication of anything. But the reality, this way, everybody can see simultaneously. We have a way for people to communicate with us. And so my hope is in the future, but it will rely on whether or not council wants to attend, feels comfortable attending, as long as we are abiding by the guidelines that have been given to us. And so my hope is, because I think this is a much better place than working from home and taking a risk that somebody has jeopardized our internet or anything else, and that we are just out there and we believe in this community and we know that we're grown-ups, and if in fact we're sick, that we are not coming here, that we're staying home and not infecting people. So just to put the word out there for our council that are online right now, and those of us here, my hope is that we will always continue to be visible to the public, and we have plenty of spaces. We seat about 500, 450, and we can still keep that 6-foot distance as people want to come forward and see eyeball to eyeball and have an open discussion. Very difficult online when you can't see people. So thank you very much, and it's just a moment of my wish. So we will now move on. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Just real quick, Scott mentioned the fact that, the city being open and should be a point of resource for persons I mean, suggestion, although we have information on our website.
What's the next one we
It
go
seems
to?
like we should
31?
find a way to be
31?
more robust in
31,
our communication with the
11.
public, because the public is just dying for accurate information. And I think we need to figure out a way to do a better job of getting information out and making our website, even if we get a separate box, they can grab COVID-19.gov on the website that dedicated specifically to what is happening, because people are really dying for information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, yes, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, Mr. Scott Adams, thank you so much for your great emerging issues. And, you know, one comment that you made, you might think that we're fractured, but I just want to remind you that the fractured is behind the mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we will move on to Agenda 11. Okay. Agenda items 11 through 33, with the exception of item 12, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward?
Mayor, item 31, please.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? At home? Yes? And you, agenda item 46 or no?
No, not here.
Madam Mayor, item 27, I need to put some information on the record, given
Okay.
what happened with the governor yesterday related to that item.
That's 27?
27, yes.
Okay, so far, those of you, council at home, we are going to be pulling forward 27, 31, and 46? 46. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem on the remaining.
Mayor, Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. Councilman Creer, did you have to make a disclosure on 15, the Ferraro Group's?
Yeah, thank you very much for your reminder. I'm going to have to abstain from item 15. I didn't work with the Ferraro Group. They are a client of mine. So I will be abstaining on item 15 for the record.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, you got that? I do. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on the consent agenda, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I move to approve consent items 11 through 33 with the exceptions of 12, 31, and 27.
And that is your motion?
That is my motion.
And please vote. And how say you, Councilman Creer? We got your abstention.
With my abstention.
Yes, and Councilwoman Diaz?
I just want to make sure that item 46 was included, correct?
Yes, correct. 27, 31, and 46. And Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. So now we will go first to item number 27. For possible action to approve a two-day opening for a non-restricted gaming license for Fifth Street Gaming LLC, DBA Fifth Street Gaming LLC, DB at Gold Spike Hotel at 217 North Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. And good morning, Mr. Summer.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning. This item is generally a procedural item. However, in light of last night's announcement by the governor and the Gaming Control Board to close casinos, this two-day opening was scheduled for March 31st and April 1st. That falls within that 30-day window. So we just want to make clear on the record that we will be tolling their entitlements. They will not be held harmed or will be held harmless, I should say, by that. And so you can go ahead and approve this item. The licensing division of the planning department will work with them on, once the closure order has been lifted, on rescheduling their two-day opening so that they can maintain their historic gaming rights on that property. And that's all.
And are they being notified in writing of this issue right now? I know they must know what's going on, but still, I think the city should notify in writing.
Yes, ma'am. We will communicate with them in writing, make it clear that they will be held harmless during this time, that their existing nonconformity will remain until they are eligible at the state level to do their opening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Summerfield. Any comments here before I turn them over to Councilman Creer?
Thank you. I just have a question, Mr. Summerfield. If our governor pulls back that 30 days, we're still waiting for a signed document from him, then obviously this will take precedence as well, correct?
Correct, Madam Mayor, through you, Mayor Pro Tem. We will contact, if that 30-day window shrinks, we will contact them immediately once we know that the Gaming Control Board will allow them to open so that we can get a new date and get that as quickly as possible thereafter.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Creer, do you want to make a motion on this, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move,
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 27. Please vote and please post. And Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Okay, and I gather since you made the motion, it's an aye, Councilman, right?
aye.
Okay, thank you, and that's posted, that motion carries. We will now go to agenda item 31, for possible action to approve interlocal contract 1168 between the City of Las Vegas, CLV, and the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC, to provide funding for engineering for the Martin Luther King Boulevard extension, Oakey Boulevard to Desert Inn Road, project. It's $3 million, Road and Flood Capital Project Fund, CPF, and this is in Ward 1, and Councilman Knudsen. So I understand, where's my note? You don't look like, is Mr. Ford going to do this?
No.
Okay.
No, Joey Paskey, Deputy Director, Department of Public Works. So just a little bit of background on this project before I turn it over to Councilman Knudsen. So this project secures funding from the Regional Transportation Commission to advance the design of the extension of Martin Luther King between Oakey Boulevard and Desert Inn Road. So what we would do with this is begin the 30% design for roadway and pedestrian improvements along this corridor. More history, the project was recommended in the RTC's adopted Transportation Investment Business Plan, or TIBP, as it improves core access to and from I-15 and also downtown circulation into the Strip. So it's kind of a special slice of the FRI funding, and if it's not secured now, it could be at risk to go up for a different agency to take for a different type of project. So RTC approved this funding at their February 13th board meeting, funding not to exceed $3 million. We are continuing to work with adjacent property owners, both Station Casino and Fisher Brothers, to obtain their approval to do this, and we do not intend to advance a design contract on this until we do obtain that in writing from them. So if both property owners are not fully supportive of the project, we don't intend to go forward with the funding contract.
Okay, thank you. I have two comments, actually a question to Mr. Dork. First, both Councilman Anthony and I sit on the RTC board. Are we permitted to vote on this, of course, I'm assuming?
Yes, ma'am, you and the councilman can both vote.
Okay, and the second thing was, a couple of years back, as Project Neon was underway, I went to our then head of Public Works, who is the head of operations and everything that has to do with anything physical in the city, Mr. Cervantes, to ask that any time any signs put up on Martin Luther King Boulevard, that it become the correct name, which is Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. So just to put that on the record going forward, because Mr. Cervantes took care of it all the way to Oakey. And then from there on one way and the other way, it doesn't, out of our jurisdiction. So just to be accurate on that, I'd like
We will be
to-
sure that that happens if this project were to proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. John Sullivan.
Your mic.
There it is, it's on. It went by itself.
John Sullivan, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, on behalf of Area 15 LLC and the Fisher Brothers. Appreciate everything that was said. They just asked that I put something on the record to essentially the same. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to read in quickly.
Sure.
First of all, we appreciate Councilman Knutson and Director Jansen working with us yesterday to assure that the selection of a consultant and issuance of a contract will not proceed without significant input and, more importantly, agreement from our clients. Initial plans have shown that suggested improvements would severely impact the parking and circulation for our project. For many years, the city expressed a strong desire to have us develop our property. That desire has turned into a reality as Area 15 will open to the public in the near future. We, both the city and Area 15, have a great deal at stake. We look forward to working with the city to see if there is a design that works for the city and allows our project and the other redevelopment areas that Fisher Brother intends to develop nearby be a success. We have been assured by Mike Jansen that the project would not move forward if we cannot agree on a design, which was also just reflected here. We hope to be in continuous communication with the city going forward. Thank you for your time, and thank you again to Councilman Knutson and Director Jansen for listening to us.
Thank you very much. And Councilman, any comments, questions from those in home environments? Okay, hearing none. Okay, we'll move this right back to Councilman Knutson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And I just want to ask Ms. Paskey and Mr. Jansen, who hopefully is not watching right now, to be included in the conversations with Area 15 and Station Casino Properties. The importance of this particular project is of significant importance to me. And so I just want to be included in future correspondence and conversations, and I appreciate your brief presentation, and tell your clients not to worry. Thanks.
So would you like to
I
make
would
a motion to approve?
move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Agenda item 31. Please vote. Please post. And Councilman Creer?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Please post. And that motion carries. And now, now, as you look at this and go back to the city attorney, we've also pulled forward agenda item 46, and since it's a couplet of 46 and 47,
But they're
they both get read. Yeah, okay. 46 and 47. Okay? So agenda item 46 and 47 may be considered in one motion, one vote, and are considered routine. Non-public and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 46, SUP 78135, applicant owner Downtown Sanchez LLC, on a request for a special use permit for a 1,235 square foot tavern, limited establishment use with 3,880 square feet of outdoor seating area at 623 South 4th Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone under resolution of intent to C2 General Commercial, and this is in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. And agenda item 47, DIR 78185, applicant 95 Management LLC, owner KAG Property LLC et al., a request for amendment to section 7.06, the Fifth Amendment, and restatement of the Sky Canyon Development Agreement on approximately 1,032 acres northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Grand Canyon Drive, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on either agenda item 46 or 47? Anyone online? Are we getting any interest on 46 or 47 online, please? A comment. Let's hear from Mr. Summerfield, too, if we may.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm here for 47, but I don't think it's linked to 46 and shouldn't be part of this discussion because we're perfect compliance with that.
Okay. So let the record show that 47 is not linked to 46 here on that, so we'll take it one at a time, and of course, we'll start with you, but I want to hear from Mr. Summerfield first, please, on agenda item 46, and then we'll take that.
Madam Mayor, if I could just have a second, you guys kind of skipped ahead on the agenda there so if I can have just 1 second to get my
Okay.
information pulled up here,
And
that
would
would
it
be
be
great.
okay to speak on agenda item 47 since I've just read it?
47, you guys, that one's still one motion, one vote. That was not pulled off of that type of item, so I'll look to our city attorney and our clerk, but I believe you can just vote on that as,
They're
just
not-
make a motion
they're not
on it. It's
related.
procedural.
You don't care? Okay. It's all right with Council, Mayor Pro Tem Fiore.
Right, Mayor, if you have no issue with it and no other council person has an issue with it, since 46 and 47 are one motion, one vote, you normally would just do a motion and a vote. As the gentleman pointed out, they're two separate items, but we're going to do our normal procedure of one motion, one vote. It's past 10 o'clock. We're going to check on the public comments, but we're good to go to take care of those both right now.
Okay. There is one online? Nothing? You have it. Okay. You want to make comment on 46, but we're doing, are we waiting for you?
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to give the presentation on item 46, and then
Thank
we
you.
can hold that
Okay.
public hearing if
Thank
you
you.
like. So, Madam Mayor, this is a request to re-entitle the subject site that was previously approved for this same land use in 2016. That land use did expire in 2018 as they were not able to move forward with the project at that time. Staff finds that the proposed tavern limited establishment to be in accordance with the goals and objectives of our downtown redevelopment plan by rehabilitating a vacant blighted building within the civic and business district of the downtown master plan. Furthermore, staff finds that the proposed use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the existing uses in the surrounding area and is recommending approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on agenda item 46. We're going to take these anyway, one at a time, even though you said we could do them together. Is there anyone from the public, anyone online that has submitted any questions, anything on agenda item 46?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you. So I received an email yesterday at briefing. I asked Scott and our staff about it. This is directed towards Councilwoman Diaz from Maryland, Monroe. She just wants to have some issues examined on the record. Adequate parking, 1,300 square foot indoor space, 3,800 square foot outdoor space, only alcohol, no food. She has a large professional office building directly across the street, and she just wanted all of these items put on the record. So Councilwoman Diaz, this is your ward. I will follow your direction. I just wanted to put that on the record as asked.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, my office also received the same concerns about whether we decided to pull it forward for further discussion. I think it was in planning, there was no presentation made because it was under one motion, one vote. The details about the general overview of the business, how it's going to be run, what is going to go in there. No food is going to be served, alcohol will be served, there will be a pretty sizable outdoor seating. All of these things, we would hope that we could hear from the folks that are hoping to bring this business concept to downtown to explain it so that we have this information on the record.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to make comment here before I close public comment? Which I will now do. And so, any comments from council here? And Councilwoman Seaman and Councilman Creer before I turn it over to Councilwoman Diaz? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Diaz, how say you?
Is there anyone there that represents the applicant or the owner that could answer these questions, Madam Mayor?
Nobody has come forward.
Madam Mayor, if I may, my apologies. Councilwoman, unfortunately, because this was on one motion, one vote, they signed the disclaimer saying that they agreed to all the conditions. With everything that's going on, we've not been able to reach anyone at the business contacts that we had for this application. I can reiterate that this is, as indicated, this is intended to be a music and themed drink tavern limited with a Mexican theme. At this time, it does not have a restaurant component identified. That doesn't mean they don't have the ability to serve food, but right now they do not have that identified. This is in the downtown civic and business district. Therefore, while it does have a, I would say, a healthy footprint, for the proposed establishment. Their staff believes that there is adequate parking available either via on-site parking or via street parking and other local public parking locations to be able to serve the business. And if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those. Unfortunately, the short notice to try to get them in here, and being one motion, one vote, they're not expected to attend the meeting. Thank you.
Is that clarification for you, Councilwoman Diaz?
Yes, I do have another question though. Under the tavern, will there be outdoor music as well? And do we know what their hours of operations may be? They give any of that in their application?
Madam Mayor, through you to the councilwoman. So they do not indicate their hours of operation within the information that I have in the analysis. They would be, again, as all businesses, if they have an outdoor patio, they could not project their music towards the right-of-way. They would be held to the noise ordinance standards and that limitation. But in their patio area, yes, they could have music within the Tavern Limited itself. They could have music. The Tavern Limited concept is meant to have an entertainment component when possible, and so there would be that expectation. When the Tavern Limited license comes through, that will be their operational requirement, and so if there was at that time some concerns, we would definitely have more information about hours of operation at that time. And if there was a concern on putting some additional operational conditions on their license, we would be able to do that.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. Councilwoman Diaz, and I'm hearing some concern. If you'd like, unless Robert knows something otherwise, you can also obey the item per normal procedure.
No, I think I'm going to follow planning commission and staff's recommend to approve, hearing that we do have another go when they actually have to apply for the different licenses to operate.
And Councilwoman,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Pro Tem also had a question or a comment for you, please.
Councilwoman Diaz, of course, I'm going to follow your lead. Our attorney basically asked that because this was so, we don't even know what's happening down there, I was going to ask you if you wanted to obey it. I would be in support of that, but if you don't, it's your ward and I support you.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, for the record, so I do have additional information, I apologize. So the staff planner who worked on this, in our consultations with them, they did indicate that they would not have any live music as a part of this. If they were to actually have any live music events, they would do that through our special events permitting process. So whatever music they may play will be recorded, and again, they have to adhere to all noise ordinance provisions, would not be able to project that music out towards the right-of-way and meet those requirements.
And that is, has been communicated to them?
And that's actually their communication back to us,
to
is
you.
that they will not be
That's
having
fine.
any live music unless they request a special events permit.
Okay, and you heard that all, Councilwoman?
I did, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so it's back to you now. We've closed public comment, and wait, let me check online. Anything there? No.
No, no
Okay, we're
email.
clear. Okay,
I'm going to move to approve this item 46 on the agenda following planning commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 46. Please vote. And how's it? Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, on the line, everybody has approved, and we're still waiting for our little circles.
I'm sorry, we're going to need you to orally vote, Mayor.
Aye.
Aye, all of us concur, so please post if you're able to do that.
Not able to
Nope,
post.
it carries unanimously. Now, what happened to 47? We're going to wait and take that when it comes to 47, or do it now?
Unless the gentleman has, are you here for 47? He's ready to go, and you already read it in. We could take a
Right.
motion and be done with
Yes.
it.
Okay, so this is public hearing too, correct?
No, it's one motion, one vote.
We technically did the public hearing for both items, but unless the gentleman wants to make a comment, but otherwise, feel free to make the motion.
They are public hearings, but I think I read 46, and then we just backed off of 47. So if anybody is here that wants to make comment, I would feel more comfortable that I've separated them. For anybody with public comment on 47, please come up and speak to it, and as brief as it is. And then anybody online on 47? Okay, good.
Again, we're happy to be part of that one motion, one vote, but we're fully in support. It's a simple correction to Sky Canyon's development agreement that addresses a time change that has occurred, so.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Closing public comment. And anything else, Mr. Summerfield?
No, ma'am, everything is in order with this item, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I motion to approve item 47.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve item 47. How say you at home? Councilman Creer? And Councilwoman Diaz. There we go. Those are affirmative, and please post. So that carries. Thank you very much. And now I guess we go back to item 34. Okay. Let me see where I am here. Ah, there it is. Okay, oops. Boards and commissions. Discussion for, right? Okay. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment and nominee Marcella Keller to Ward 3 Cedar Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Mr. Armando Lozano occupied one of the Ward 3 seats. His term has expired. He is not interested in reappointment. Ms. Keller is eligible and wishes to serve. And do you have a motion, Councilwoman Diaz? And we're on number 34, boards and commissions.
Oh, yes, I, of course, move to approve that appointment.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 34. How say you at home? Thank you. And Councilwoman Diaz, please. And then here, please vote, and we'll post if we can get, there we go. Okay, and that motion carries. Number 35 has been stricken, so we're on agenda item 36. Yes? Okay. And that's bill number 2020-5. And Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2020-5, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 6.50 related to the licensing of alcoholic beverage establishments, to update provisions regarding the removal of bottles of wine from certain types of establishments, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item, what did I just say? 36. Thank you. Please vote. How say you, Councilman Creer?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Okay. Councilwoman Diaz, how vote you?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 37, bill number 2020-6. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2020-6, an ordinance to continue to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of certain business license-related fees and charges for qualifying new businesses to be established within the Las Vegas Medical District, to add to the list of qualifying businesses an establishment with a tavern limited alcoholic beverage license, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 37 in the affirmative. Please vote. Please post. Nope. Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Okay, and so we're in, motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 38. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bill number 2020-7, an ordinance to amend LVMC Section 6.50.250 to make tavern limited alcoholic beverage licenses available throughout the downtown Las Vegas overlay district, amend various provisions of the Uniform Development Code adopted as Title 19 to make corresponding land use related adjustments, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 38. Please vote and please post. And Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Diaz, Councilwoman Seaman. And post, and that motion carries. We'll move on now to agenda item 39. These are new bills. Items number 39 and 40, bills number 2020-8, 2020-9 will be heard at the recommending committee Monday, March 30th, 2020. Before we ask that, now, Mr. Adams, recommending, as we proceed here at City Hall, what do we do with recommending? Or should the people that are appointed, I heard Councilman Knudsen said he doesn't prefer to come in, so what is your instruction?
You know, that was one that I inadvertently left off the list. I think our recommendation is we continue with council, whether it's virtually or otherwise, the planning commission, and the other one was the recommending, because they're an integral part of the public hearing process of council. I think go ahead and make the referral.
I think at this point, what I'm going to do is usurp the power of the chair, which gives me the right, if someone can't come in for whatever reason, and honor Mr. Knudsen to stay at home or where he chooses. I will appoint myself to the recommending committee, assuming who's on there. Councilman Anthony, or would you be in on Monday?
Yes.
For that, what is it, Monday, March 30th? At 10, right? You would be able to be in physically, in yourself, Madam Pro Tem? Okay. So what we'll do is now the attorney can read the new bill, since I'm sorry to work that out. So
Madam Mayor, if I could, as we discussed yesterday, we're going to work real hard on exploring ways for members to virtually participate. Should we have those in place by those meetings,
then
it'll
it
give
would
you
be
an
a
option
choice.
of doing that.
I love that.
Yeah.
And could you, all right, so the only thing I would like to put in place right now, we would assume that the clerk's office, because that's essential, and you said the city will continue operations, that we will do it in the clerk's chambers behind the office, if that's all right with you. Or do you want to do it in here? Okay, we'll do it here in council chambers, so therefore anybody that's coming, same instruction, so we can post them up. Please take seats 6 feet apart or whatever, and then our chairs. So let me, City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2020-8, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled First Amendment to Fifth Amendment and restatement to the Development Agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2020-9, an ordinance to update LVMC Chapter 19.9 relating to form-based code to refine and adjust various procedures and standards pertaining to property and applications that are governed by that chapter and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. New bills 2020-8, 2020-9 are assigned to March 30th, 2020. Recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony, Councilwoman Fiore, and myself, Mayor. And if any others so designated cannot attend, you will let me know and we'll find a substitute. Thank you. This morning's session is in research in recess. But does anybody have a problem going forward? Okay. How about online? Can you hang with us? Because it's 5 of 11, and can you stay on?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Councilman Creer?
Yes.
Okay, so we will continue on, and we will now start with agenda item, wait. 41. Oh, no, that's just, yeah, I have to read that. Agenda item 41. Okay. For possible action, any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, could you go through that list, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, tabled, or stricken. Item 52, ROC-78044, applicant Walmart Stores, Inc., owner Walmart Real Estate Business Trust, on 4.31 acres at 6310 West Charleston Boulevard. A request for abeyance to April 1st, 2020, requested by the applicant. And item 63, SUP 78109, applicant QC Financial Services, Inc., owner Roboto Family Trust at 1942 East Sahara Avenue. A request for abeyance to April 1st, 2020 by Councilwoman Diaz. And item 64, SUP 78144, applicant owner Gas Station Lot LLC at 2051 East Sahara Avenue. A request for abeyance to April 1st, 2020 by Councilwoman Diaz. Someone on our council has their phone not muted, and I'm hearing you dial. Item number 65, ROC 78317, applicant Arjun Hualapai Way LLC, owner RED Rupe LLC, the north half of Darling Road, east of Hualapai. A request for abeyance to April 15th, 2020 by the applicant. And item 67, purchase, sale, and assignment of the Huntridge Theater and 4 related parcels of real property at the southeast corner of East Charleston Boulevard and South Maryland Parkway. A request to strike by the applicant. And Madam Mayor, that will be my motion.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may interrupt, I apologize, I don't know if it made it to your list, but item 59 has been requested to be obeyed till the April 1st meeting by the school district, please.
And this is agenda item 59, okay. Let's see.
Mr. Summerfield, what was the date?
That would be for your April 1st meeting, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, in addition, item 59 has been requested to be obeyed for the April 1st meeting, did you say? Yes, and requested by the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Mayor,
do
this is the
that.
city clerk.
Okay, it was number 59.
Yes, and I hate to interrupt, but we've lost Councilwoman Diaz, and for some reason, we're having some connectivity issues on the cell phone. So if you can give us 1 minute, we're trying to... We've lost somebody. Is Councilwoman Seaman on the line?
And Councilwoman Diaz, are you on there?
I am, Madam Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Then
we're
we'll just
good
go
then.
forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, a motion, again, just that was your
So,
motion.
yep, so that was my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And Councilman Creer? Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Councilman Creer? We'll just leave that one off unless, is he connected? Okay, let's see, we'll find out. Anything happening online? No, thank you. All right. Okay, wait a minute on Councilman Creer. We'll go ahead, let's go ahead and post this, and then if he calls in, can he, since it carries with majority, then he call in and give it to you?
I'm here.
Oh.
I came back.
Okay, and you vote? Okay, aye. Okay, so that was agenda item 41. So now on to agenda item 42. Items 42 through 45 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 42 through 45?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda items 42 through 45.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 42 through 45. Please vote. Thank you. Okay, I'm aye as well. It's not letting me in for some reason. There we go. And those items are confirmed as passed. Okay, so now go to, we did 46. So, and we did 47. Keep me honest. Are you? We're on 48. Whoops, I'm throwing things on the floor. Okay. Okay, agenda items 48, 49, and 50, that's what we're on to. VAR 76939, a request for variance to allow 23 parking spaces where 29 parking spaces are required. Agenda item 49, VAR 76940, a request for a variance to allow a 90-foot residential adjacency setback from the south property line where 138 feet is required. And number 50, SDR 76941, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5,031 square foot commercial shell building with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standards. The applicant owner is Land Capital Partners, LLC, on .37 acres, southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Hillside Place, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. On all items, staff recommends denial, planning recommends approval. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz, our public hearings, which I declare open, and is the applicant or owner present?
Brian Nagel, Green Tyndall Architecture, for the applicant, Land Partners
On
Capital.
behalf of the applicant?
Right.
Okay. Do you want to tell us about this beautiful site you have? I think you have.
Yeah, we also, we had an abeyance on the last meeting,
Correct.
and we went ahead and met with Councilwoman Diaz and explained to her all the aspects of the project. One item that she would like to add, and I'll defer to her in just a moment with her input as well, is she wants to see if we can put lighting on the south portion to highlight the alley a little bit more for safety concerns. And we are in agreement with that as well. Other than that, we're just trying to make a space for our client in order to have a shell building that he can lease out to prospective office clients and make the area a little more appealing to the community.
Okay, thank you. Were there any requirements of the type of lighting that Councilwoman Diaz was asking or that planning says is mandated?
Madam Mayor, I don't believe there's required lighting. I'm trying to look at the location map. The one thing that I would just caution, they have to make sure that they're looking at our lighting standards for adjacent to residential property. There are residential properties to the south, correct? To the south of this property, and to the west or east of this property. So whatever lighting choices they select, we just need to be sure that they do not infringe on the nuisance lighting affecting those residential properties.
So you're aware of that and agree?
Correct. Also, on that same note, we did have that discussion with Congresswoman Diaz on the light pollution standards so that we can maintain it on our property while slightly illuminating for safety standards.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from President Council? This is public hearing. And Mr. Summerfield.
So, Madam Mayor, for my official report, so the applicant is proposing to overdevelop the subject site as is evidenced by the variances, waivers, and exceptions that have been requested. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the site development review and all associated applications. If the councilwoman and the council move to approve this item, staff would like to amend condition 3 of the site development review, STR 76941, to read as follows. Number 3 should read, all development shall be in conformance with the site and landscape plans, date stamped 12/16/19, floor plan and building elevations, date stamped 06/27/19, except as amended by conditions herein. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to make comment from the public? Nothing online. Anyone here wishing to make comment here? Close public comment, and the present council have no questions, so Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank Land Capital Partners, their representatives for being to further educate me about what they're hoping to achieve on this property. What made clear to me that they're building this building to bring some medical offerings in my ward, which I think is much needed throughout our city, and it falls right in alignment with priority number 2 that we've recently identified. So I was happy to hear that was priority for them to bring medical into the ward. buying their property, and we do hear quite frequently from our community and our residents that sometimes vacancy does seem out there, and that's why I asked for the illumination of the alley to help our law enforcement officials and I think our community make sure that they know that it's well lit and it shouldn't be a place where they should congregate. And I also talked to the gentleman about ensuring that security cameras also be installed. I think that's an additional feature, and I just want to make sure they can go on board with making sure the security cameras are part of their plan.
Yes, ma'am. The low voltage and camera systems will be included as a security off-site feature.
That's good. He said yes to that and the type of voltage that you have indicated. And I looked at Mr. Summerfield and nodded his head. So everything's in the affirmative. If you want to make a motion on 48.
Yes, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Summerfield, which one has to have the condition? Which item?
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilwoman, that's going to be item 50 that we have amended that condition. So the first two are fine, and then on item 50, it would recommend as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take a...
Item 48?
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 48. Councilman Creer? Councilwoman Seaman? Thank you. And obviously, Councilwoman Diaz, please post. Motion carries. Let's move to 49.
I move to approve agenda item 49.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 49. Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Seaman, and Diaz, please.
Aye.
Okay, and we're on board here, so that carries. And finally, Mr. Summerfield.
Oh, are you going to read it?
If you wish me to reread that condition, so this one would be approved subject to amended condition 3, which will now state all development shall be in conformance with the site and landscape plans, date stamped 12/16/19, floor plan and building elevations, date stamped 06/27/19, except as amended by conditions herein.
And you are in agreement with that, sir, for your client?
Correct.
Correct, yes. So, Councilwoman?
So I move to approve agenda item 50 with the conditions Mr. Summerfield has read into the record.
Thank you very much. And so let's please vote. Councilman Creer?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
And everybody here has voted, and so that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And we'll move on to agenda item 51. The AR 77932, public hearing, applicant Kent Scow, owner Scow Clark Revocable Living Trust and Scow Clark Trust, for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side and rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing accessory structure Class 2 shed and existing 720 square foot accessory structure Class 2 shed, where 514 square feet is the maximum allowed, a 5-foot distance separation from the main building where 6 feet is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2 shed, and 2 existing accessory structure, Class 2 shed, that are not aesthetically compatible with the primary resident with such as required on .14 acres at 1916 Constantine Avenue, R1 single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative here and present to comment? There is no one here, Councilwoman Diaz, and so Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, this is a request for a variance to allow 2 existing sheds located on the east perimeter of the rear yard, which were erected without obtaining building permits and that do not comply with Title 19 development standards pertaining to both setbacks, size, and aesthetic compatibility. No substantial evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variance, as the 2 existing accessory structures were constructed without building permits and, as mentioned, do not comply with our standards. As the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstances related to the site itself, staff has recommended denial. If there is a motion to approve after conversation with the councilwoman's staff, I do need to make one adjustment to one of the conditions, but I'll let the discussion go and then make that recommendation for a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to communicate and come forward on this? And anything online? Quiet online? And if you would, please take off your cap for us. Thank you.
I always do, I think.
You do. Good morning, and your name, please, for the record.
Stephen, Captain Truce Dempsey. The last, I don't know, several items have been staff recommends denial, and this one is actually staff and the Planning Commission. I apologize for not making it in time for the last one. I had an attempt on my life by the RTC bus driver, but that's another story. But I hearken back, what I wanted to talk about that time was the lady that had rented in violation of law. I think you need some type of an explanation on this if anyone would consider approving it. Either that or the staff and the Planning Commission are just like the denial button rather than approve. I'd like to hear something. If it was approved, I think it's a pretty substantial burden to approve.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything more to add, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, if you would like more details about the applicant's request, I'm available to give that. Otherwise, I'm ready to make the condition change if the councilwoman is willing to approve this item.
Okay, and at this point, still no comments online? Okay. So what we'll do, and I see none here that want to make comments, so let's go ahead. Are there any comments, questions before we turn it to Councilwoman Diaz? None from Councilman Mr. Creer or from Councilwoman Seaman? Questions, anything? Okay, Councilwoman Diaz, yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been an item that we've been working on for a bit. Mr. Scow did come once it was denied by our planning commission. He put the resources forward, making sure that we heard it for city council. And he came to my office and explained the situation. And the gentleman that owns these structures is very well informed about our code and how things have to be built and to what specifications to make sure that it's safe. And having heard him in my office, I then engaged Mr. Perigo and Mr. McCosker into the conversation. I don't know anything about structures, I don't know anything about code, but he sure seemed like he did. So I brought them in and I asked them to go and look at these structures to see if they were sound, to see if they would cause any kind of, I guess, a concern on our end as a city. And I know that both of them went out there, they were equally as impressed with his information and his understanding of how things have to be built and wired. And so I don't know if either one of them are there to speak to the conversations they've had or the business that they made.
Let's go ahead and get a response as a matter of record from Mr. Summerfield, please.
Madam Mayor, through you, yes, Councilwoman is correct. I've spoken with both Kevin McCosker, our building official. Mr. Perigo actually was not able to make it to the final inspection, but we did have one of our code officers that's been working with this gentleman out there as well. We have a high degree of confidence that if this is approved, that the gentleman does understand the requirements and that he will be able to update these sheds to meet the fire rating that they need, because the distance separations are required to minimize risk of fire safety issues. So since they are so close together, he will need to fire rate these sheds. The building official believes that he is versed enough in our codes to know where he needs to go to get resources in order to be able to achieve that. If it is approved and he cannot satisfy the building official that he's, and the fire marshal that he is meeting those requirements, then ultimately, even with the approval of the variance, he will still have to remove the sheds at that time. So Councilwoman is correct. Our building official believes that if approved, he can make substantial progress on his request.
Two questions. One is, was there any penalty assessed for having put the sheds on without permits?
So, ma'am, there is no, I don't believe that we have done any fines. We did a correction notice and been working with the gentleman to work through this variance process. However, as in all cases where there were not permits pulled before work was done or before things were done in violation of the code, he will be subject to a double permitting fee for the permits that he will need to pull to make these structures legal.
Is he aware of that double fee?
My understanding is yes, that all of that has been communicated to him as a part of the potential financial impact of not removing the sheds and trying to keep them.
And is there a timeline on this all?
There is a timeline, and that's actually the subject of the condition that I need to change. Typically, in cases where we have existing structures, we would set, in an existing code case, we would set a time frame in which the permits must be pulled and final inspections must be done. However, while the city is open during this time to facilitate development and facilitate people needing to get permits and do any work that they need to do, we do know that not all the trades will necessarily be available. Some of the resources he may need to do this may not be available. So with that, I would actually like to make an amendment to condition 1 to indicate that this approval shall be void in 1 year. That allows for this current situation to resolve itself, him to be able to then get the professional expertise that he'll need to complete this work and have sufficient time to get drawings done, get permits submitted, and actually get the work completed. Instead of giving a 2-year window or setting a specific 90 or 180 days, if we can change that to 1 year, I believe that's reasonable given the current circumstances.
Okay, has he been notified of that option until Councilwoman Diaz decides and votes affirmatively?
He has not. That was a discussion that I was having with the councilwoman's staff this morning.
Okay.
Typically, that's not something, normally we would have the applicant here to agree to that timeline. I believe that that is a reasonable timeline of giving that 1 year. However, you are correct, ma'am. Because he's not here today, I have not had an opportunity to communicate that potential change to him.
As we move forward during this emergency timeframe, there is no requirement for having to be here. He could be appearing online and communicating with us, but of course, how can we validate that it's really this gentleman unless it's Facebook time that we have with people? How do we know who's online saying whoever's online? So where's Mr., there he's gone. I would ask IT, if in fact, in this particular instance, my question to Mr. Summerfield was, could he in fact be appearing online on this application? And if so, then how do we validate the person online is really the person online and not his uncle or brother or somebody just playing around? So that is something, if you will take it up with IT,
Yeah.
I think that's critical. How, or during this time frame, are we going to change any of that you have to appear if in fact we're holding council in chambers? So I don't know how we validate, because knowing what's happening with the internet all the time, this is very concerning. So if you would add that to your list of manys, Mr. Adams, please. So, all right, you've heard all of that, Councilwoman Diaz, we're back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in my conversations with this homeowner, his primary objective is being able to rectify the situation so that he can keep his sheds and structures. And in his conversations with me, he says that the city has kind of changed over the years. Some of these structures are not just 5 years old; they're almost decades in the making. So I would rather give the homeowner the opportunity to rectify the condition and make it to where he can obtain this variance from us as a city and give him that year to do that. So that would be my recommendation at this time is to move to approve 51 with the conditions that Mr. Summerfield read.
And Madam...
Yes, Councilman Greer.
Hi, I just have a question, Councilman Diaz. Off the call, what you write. Did I miss, was the applicant there, did he get testimony on why they built those structures without proper permitting?
Madam Mayor, if I may, for Councilman Creer, he did testify at the Planning Commission. However, he is not here today, and given everything that's going on, he may not have realized that the meeting was still being conducted. But he did indicate his belief is that his father, who built these structures primarily, did receive some kind of approval verbally over calls for information to the city at some point in the past. He does have one structure that is on the site that did receive a variance in 1968. So his position is he believed his father has built these structures and done things under what he assumed was the correct way to do it. A new neighbor's come in, called a code enforcement complaint, and he wants to be able to keep the structures. They're something he and his father worked on many years ago, and he needs them for storage of his belongings, and that he would request that he be able to bring them up to code for fire safety.
Thank you. So my second one is that, is there a condition that, because we're sort of getting things that he's going to do the things that he's going to do versus do the things and then come back and get approval. So what conditions do we have in place that if he doesn't do it within this year, what happens then?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, so under the normal procedure, so if we limit this approval to 1 year, he will have 1 year to perfect this variance, meaning he will have to get the permits and complete the work on this site. Otherwise, he continues to then be subject to code enforcement action to remedy the situation. Technically, it is an entitlement, and so if at the close of the year, for whatever reason, he has not been able to complete the work, he would be eligible to request of this body an extension of time to complete the work. He is required per condition 2 of this variance to get all necessary building permits and obtain final inspection on all work that's to be completed in compliance with both the Title 19, the Unified Development Code, as well as all applicable building codes. So he is held to that. He can't do work and then ask us. He has to come get a permit to do the work, to bring those structures up to the proper building and fire code, and then get those inspected, and he would have that 1 year time frame if we make that amendment to condition 1.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments from here? Nope. Okay, so, Councilman, I think I've closed public hearing, but if not, I'm closing public hearing. And Councilwoman Diaz, please.
So I move to approve with this item 51 with the conditions that Mr. Summerfield has read into the record.
Thank you very much. Councilman Creer?
Aye.
Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
And I gather Councilwoman Diaz, since you made the motion to approve, you count that vote. So that motion carries. Okay, agenda item that was 51. 52 is for the 1st of April. It's obeyed. And 53 also, or no? Yep, 53 must be also.
I don't believe 53 and 54 are obeyed, Madam Mayor.
They are obeyed. No, they're not. They're not, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, agenda item 53, SUP 77365, abeyance item, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant owner 900 LLC, possible action appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission or request for a special use permit for an open-air vending transient sales lot. Thank you very much. And number, air vending transient sales lot use, number 54 SDR 77366, an appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission or request for a site development plan review for proposed parking lot and commercial recreation amusement outdoor facility with waivers of the interim downtown Las Vegas development standards. The applicant owner is 900 Fremont LLC on 2.75 acres at 916 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone. Both items, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 3, Councilwoman Diaz, and public hearings, which I declare open. I know the applicant is present because I just saw him. And we do have some cards, and please check on the internet as we go forward. So do you want to state your name? Go forward.
Sure. Mark Carlson with DTP. As we've mentioned before, and I know this has come in front of council previously, we've had a lot of conversations with the community, further discussions about how we can make this more harmonious. And again, with our goal being making that more walkable down Fremont Street, with a lot of the redevelopment that's been taking place past the Llama Lot. That's been very important to us. As we've gone forward, I think we made some pretty significant concessions in this with removing the ability for us to have special events on that lot. That will still have to go through the special events permit process. This has now been limited solely just to food truck type events. So that is something that we are doing to try to really maintain and control what happens on that space and make everyone within the community more comfortable. Of course, with this process, as was always, anytime that we have to do anything with closing down streets, which is, in the community events, we heard a lot of concern about that. That would still go towards a special event permit. We do not have the ability to do that without city approval. And then also we have to obey noise ordinance as well. So we would not be able to do anything that would be a loud event of any kind there.
Could you also explain, because we can see it on our monitors, the food trucks, do they come up onto Fremont, or are they at the rear? How is the configuration of the lot that we see here, and working with the neighborhoods? Is that area, what is that? At Ogden, is that part, are those, what do you call them? Airstreams? What is to the east of them on Ogden, to your big lot?
To the east is another parcel of land that we own, and those are airstreams. That's Ferguson's, and there's some airstreams behind that lot as well. That's part of our assets.
Okay, and viewing this also, will the trucks, the food trucks, go towards the north or here up front facing, or don't you, do you have to wait per?
So I set the layout. I don't know if you can see that here, but I did put the layout down. So our intent is to have that be on the south side of the lot, closest to Fremont Street. That would be our intent. One thing, just a clarifying point, Mr. Summerfield, for the proposal, I believe we have 14 food trucks down. Can we do less than that, or can we just, is it flexible?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, through you, for the applicant, yes. So when I get to my presentation, I am going to talk about the fact that as a part of this action, if it were to be approved today, we're going to approve the version of the site plan that indicates 14 trucks. However, I'm going to direct that the applicant work with my staff to administratively update us on some alternative site plans that have less. You won't be able to do more than that, but you could do less, of course. And I've seen those from an email that you sent to the councilwoman's staff. So we have those. We'll do those official so that we can do that. But the one that we have that's up on the screen right now, that would be essentially the version. And as long as we stay consistent or less with that, we will be fine to do that administratively.
Okay,
That's great.
And I know, being at the meeting, I mean, I was really impressed with the suggestions that came out to help the participation of especially Mr. Summerfield, but others there, to try to help you work through this. And I know Councilwoman is abated and trying to be very courteous and helpful as well. But is this design that I'm looking at on 53 and 54, is that your suggestion, Mr. Summerfield, or is this their slide that this is what they're proposing?
Madam Mayor, so this was their proposal for the food truck only events. They had in your backup, you'll see multiple layouts that were when they were contemplating the outdoor recreation component. My understanding is that between the councilwoman's office, the city attorney's office, and my office, we will be modifying this request to limit it to just this food truck concept and not the event component. The event component will continue to move forward as special events
Okay.
requirements. So we would just be in what you would be contemplating today on the site development review will be this layout potentially, or a modification within this layout that's a smaller number of trucks.
One last thing, and Councilwoman, I am assuming, obviously you're hearing this, the question is, after that resolve came out of that meeting, and your suggestions of ways that you could see through this, was this then shared, was there a neighborhood meeting thereafter to sort of get a comfort feeling from those who weren't so thrilled before?
That I'll have to defer to the councilwoman. The neighborhood meetings have been conducted through her office on this. I do believe, though, that the applicant was sharing some of that information, although I believe some of what I have in my amended conditions is new as of, I want to say yesterday, maybe, that was some of the work with the city attorney's office on some of these questions. So I don't know that everything has been vetted through the community group, but I would defer to the councilwoman on that. But I believe this is what we have with the conditions that I've received from both the councilwoman's office and from the city attorney's office, I believe is in keeping with those adjustments that the community has expressed in their previous meetings that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that's part of this. This is a public hearing. Is there, first of all, yes, we do have some comments from online. This is a matter of record that is coming through that way. But anyone here in the public that would like to make comment, please, we'll take you first since you're here. And thank you if you say your name for the record. And although we know who you are.
For the record, I am Kathy Brooks, resident at 1404 South 16th Street and owner of the Hydrant Club at the corner of 9th and Fremont. I just wanted to come, first of all, and I apologize for being dressed more like Fear the Walking Dead as opposed to appropriate for council this morning. Somehow with everything that's going on, that actually felt appropriate. So I want to thank you for being here, for all of you for being here, for keeping the wheels in motion for us here in the city and giving us some comfort. So thank you for that.
We feel it's our duty and it's what we love to do. So.
Well, thank you for that. Madam Mayor, Council, I actually am here today to thank all of you for your participation and support in this process, for making sure that the community did have an opportunity to have a voice. I want to thank also Mark and the team at the Downtown Project for being willing to step to the table and to find a compromise. Like we said in the beginning, a lot of people wanted to be here today and weren't able to be. They just were, they said, Kathy, you're not afraid of anything, go. So that's why I'm here. To thank council and to say that, based on the conditions that I heard today, and I had the opportunity to speak with City Attorney Brad Jerbick as well to hear these conditions, and I think that this is a great compromise for the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, because we really are, that's the whole purpose of council when there are issues, two sides of the fence, is to bring everybody together and hopefully resolve positively. And my hat's off to Councilwoman Diaz. This is her first trip around the block with something that really was obviously quite controversial, in the fact that you've been bending and working together. And Councilwoman, you did a great job, because I know the challenge that she went through with this. So anyone else, thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? And let's hear from our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. From Alita Dupree, she states, I'm in support. The location is close to RTC bus stops. I'm looking for more diverse events in downtown, an area I believe in. Food trucks are something that I value. I want to have more options for walking downtown, a place for all to enjoy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, back to you, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, so as originally proposed, the parking lot was to be activated as a commercial recreation amusement outdoor facility. The scope of the request has since been modified to activate the space with mobile food truck events only as a part of this request. Staff finds that the activation of the current parking lot with a commercial plaza area to be used for the purposes of the mobile food truck events does support the goals in the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan, which envisions and encourages downtown Las Vegas to achieve a compact, vibrant urban environment, which focuses on higher density mixed-use developments around transit hubs and activity nodes. The proposed project provides an activity node that will activate a parking facility when it is not in use. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the requested special use permit and site development review with conditions, and I do have a number of added conditions to both the SUP and the STR when the councilwoman is ready. Thank you.
Okay, any comments, questions from here? Hearing none. The only thing I would ask too, just it's a question, and knowing we've dealt with the truck vendors before, that there's so many that are phenomenally wonderful. Is this a lottery? Are you going to handle it? And this is just a point of information to those who may be watching that have food truck vendors. Is this going to be permanently located food trucks, or can people apply, and are you going to rotate the food?
So at this point, based on the events that have happened on that lot, we do try to stay consistent with the vendors that we use and the relationships that we have, although we do rotate them slightly. So I think making sure that we have a good blend is important, rotation is important, and there is some variation, but consistency I think is also something that is important, because people do come down, and it, as we saw from the 9 events we did last year, people come down for specific vendors as well. So there will be a changing out of what's there, and it will fluctuate, but there'll be some consistency as well.
Okay, one last question because of our current situation, which I am going to ask our city manager. Our truck vendor eating, is that non-essential or essential? Does it close with restaurant?
It's interesting. I understand, and I would need to verify this, that fast food establishments where there's drive-through are still okay. So it seems like a food truck would fall in that category. I don't know. I mean, we're in a new day.
Right. Every day there's going to be
I mean, it's
something.
not a sit-down restaurant where you're congregating people, so it doesn't seem like it would be in violation of the governor's
It could be
order.
a drive-through. Perhaps we can get a definition from the governor's office.
Right.
Can it be a walk-up? As long as you're not sitting down inside.
I think it can, because I think,
Mayor, I think it was a walk-up, a takeaway, or curbside delivery, or the delivery service.
Yes, please.
Okay, so if that's the case, if it's a walk-up, drive-through, or whatever, then you will not be able to have seats, like tables and chairs, because then we can't social distance.
Yeah, and one thing just to clarify, I think for us, we're really focused on our brick and mortars right now, so this wouldn't be something we would enact in the short term.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, I think I've closed public hearing. In fact, I'm sure I did. So, questions from those not here? Okay, we'll turn it over to you, Councilwoman Des.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm going to let Mr. Summerfield spell out all of the conditions, and then I'll go from there and make my comments. But I think that it's important for all my fellow colleagues to know what the conditions are.
With that, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, I do have quite a few of these. And for my friends in the clerk's office, I will make sure they have hard copies, because there would be a lot to transcribe. First, we need to amend Condition 1 of SUP 77365. Condition 1 should now read, approval of this special use permit allows no limit on the number of vendors, no limit on hours allowed for each vendor to occupy the site, and no limit for the square footage occupied by each vendor, and hours of operation is set forth herein. Otherwise, conformance to all regulations under LVMC Title 1912 for an open-air vending transient sales lot use is required, except as amended herein. Then I have a number of proposed conditions. First proposed condition, the approval of the special use permit shall be for the food truck events only. The number of food trucks and restroom facilities shall be limited to those approved by STR 77366 or as approved in writing in advance by the Director of Planning. Condition number 2, event hours of operation shall be limited to, and Madam Mayor, if I may, through you to the Councilwoman, this is an area where we do have some question on if you want the food truck events through the week or just weekends and holidays I've received 2 different conditions, and I want to confirm with the councilwoman which she is wishing to pursue.
Can we ask Mr. Carlson what the conversation was with Mr. Durkin and what they agreed upon?
So it would be Fridays and Saturdays, and then what we had requested is just a specific call-out for individual holidays. So I believe things like Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, 4th of July, those types of things were called out.
So with that, Madam Mayor, the condition that on hours of operation would read as follows. All food truck events shall be limited to weekends and shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays. Next condition would be that the food truck event may be conducted on the following additional holidays or occasions: New Year's Eve, St. Patrick's Day, Cinco de Mayo, 4th of July, Veterans Day, and any other holiday occasion approved by the Director of Planning. Next condition, no live music or amplification systems may be engaged or used at any food truck events. Next condition, the subject site shall maintain conformance with the noise ordinance provisions of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Chapter 9.16, at all times. Next new condition, all road closures in relation to the land use of the subject site shall require an approved special events permit. Next new condition, at the conclusion of all events, the site shall be brought to a well-maintained state free of refuse. And final new condition for the, I'm sorry, not the final new condition. Next condition for the SUP, event security shall be provided in accordance with temporary event regulations as specified in Title VI and Title 12. Next condition, a required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final approval at a public hearing before the City Council. Next condition, the special use permit may be revoked by the Director of Planning for violation of any of these conditions, subject to the review and ratification of the Director's decision at the next legally available meeting of the City Council in conformance with 1916-110. And last new condition on the SUP, the owner-operator shall be responsible for communicating upcoming events and their details to include name of the event, limited description, hours of operation, specifying that it is in fact a food truck event, build up and breakdown event dates and times, associated road closures should there be any, and estimated number of attendees. The applicant owner shall establish and maintain a website to which businesses and residents may be able to view this information. Those are the conditions for the SUP. I also have modifications for the site development review. Under proposed additional condition for SDR 77366 would be that the approved site development plan review shall be limited to a commercial plaza area to be used for mobile food truck events only. Then I need to amend condition 3 to read, all development shall be in conformance with site plan labeled layout number 4, date stamped 09/03/19, except as amended by condition herein. And then I need to add another condition to follow that one. The applicant shall submit to the Department of Planning a revised layout number 4 site plan depicting the locations of restrooms and alternative configurations. With that, Madam Mayor, through you, Councilwoman, those are what I believe are the agreed upon condition changes.
And then just Summerfield, I have a question from, just to clarify. So we're not banning the ability for there to be ambiance or music on the lot, but it has to conform to the noise ordinance. Is that correct?
I apologize, Madam Mayor, through you to the Councilwoman. I did actually read a condition that I believe your office did not want to pursue. So from that list of added conditions, I would strike the no live music or amplified system may be engaged or used at any food truck event. And that will still, though, require them to comply with our noise ordinance, which means that any sound system that they have must be directed to onto the site, cannot be pointed or directed to our rights-of-way, and that they must remain under the decibel limits that are established I'm sorry, we didn't do the decibel limits. They must maintain their noise under the noise ordinance, yes.
No time limitations, day limitations, I'm thinking Sunday in the church, that would be included as restricted to certain hours, or no?
The noise ordinance does not have a daytime limitation. I believe the noise ordinance specifies dusk and dawn, I believe, and then it talks about reasonably be able to be heard from a certain distance from the site. As it relates to the Sunday hours of operation, per the added condition, on Sundays, they may only have the events from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on those days. So if there is any sound, it would be within that window.
You know, and it's interesting because this has been a long-going conversation, and you've done so well with the general public. I think Ms. Brooks wants to come up and ask a question or make a statement. Even though I've closed public hearing, we want this resolved. So if there's an issue in Mr. Summerfield and Councilwoman Diaz, if you don't mind, I'd like Ms. Brooks to come back up because there's either a question that I can see or a disagreement on something. So rather than put it off, can we, with your permission, I'd like to reopen the public hearing and have her speak.
And Madam Mayor, if I may.
That's fine, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Please come forward.
Thank you, Hyde.
Yes, please. It'll come on magically.
Magically.
There it is.
Here we go, see?
Good job.
It's the hand. It's the jacket, probably. Kathy Brooks, still at 1404 South 16th Street. So when the information was given to me yesterday, I was told that it was noon Friday through noon Sunday, and that there would be no amplification. In my experience with events that have been held on this lot, when there is music with amplification, especially if we're now looking at 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday, you can be guaranteed that there will be a problem at some point. And again, we get into the issue like we had before. There's a problem on a Sunday. By the time the problem's resolved, it's already a problem. Whether that's people trying to enjoy a quiet Sunday afternoon, whether that's the churches that are trying to enjoy their worship, or whether that's just residents, some of whom, well, they'll be quarantined for a while, but who are just looking for a restful Sunday afternoon. So I would ask that I don't know when those changes were made, because as of yesterday, what was told to me was noon on Friday to noon on Sunday. So that's just what I would offer.
Thank you. Okay, any comments to that, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, these are the hours of operation that have been discussed pretty much all along. Again, I wasn't privy to some of the conversations that our city attorney had related to this matter. However, in consultation with the councilwoman's office, to be consistent with the other approvals in that area for hours of operation, these hours of operation are consistent with that approach. Additionally, it was problematic to suggest that somehow in the original conditions we received, it kind of suggested that maybe the trucks could be there overnight. They may not be there overnight, so establishing hours of operation specific to each day, as we've done in this condition, is appropriate and consistent with other approvals in that area for events or situations similar to this.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Brooks, I would just say to you, depending on what Councilwoman Diaz requests here, that to go ahead, see how it works. If there are issues after, because I think we've come such a long way in resolving all the issues, then if there are issues, you just come back, go to Councilwoman Diaz and say that you're having some issues, and can we try to fix them?
And Madam Mayor, specifically, there are conditions to address that. So if we do have problems, my code enforcement and my licensing compliance team will be happy to address those as they come up. Additionally, if we do see a series of problems, these conditions do provide the department the discretion to pull their approval and bring that back before council in advance even of the one-year required review that is also established as a public hearing.
Beautiful. Well, again, I want to say thank you to everybody. That I think this has just come a very long way. And Mr. Summerfield, you always tend to find a pathway somehow to have this happen. So, Councilwoman Diaz, we are now on agenda item 53.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I do appreciate, once again, everyone's patience and everyone's participation and conversation on getting this SCP correct. And so I would like to ask you, with your indulgence, can I ask Mr. Carlson to come back
He's there, ready. He has to do the magic. There it is, it's on. Okay.
So, Mr. Carlson, I know I heard in our community meetings that Sundays, especially in the surrounding lot, there's many places of worship, and want to be mindful, want to be respectful of most of the services. So I was wondering if you would be amenable to push back the start time on Sundays, maybe something like 11 a.m. It's a day that helps us try to kind of be home a little bit more, or do our practice our religions or whatever the day may hold for us. Most of us might be food shopping, but are you able to push back the start hours on Sundays?
Yeah, happy to.
Would 11 a.m. work?
That would be great.
And at the top end, up to what time, Councilwoman? He said yes? He said yes?
11 a.m. to 9.
Yeah, that 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. is fine.
Okay, and I'm looking at Mr. Summerfield. He's got it, so we're all together on that. So that's where we are. Are you ready on 53?
I am ready, and I don't know how to even get this, with all the conditions and all the moving pieces, so Mr. Somerville, can you please guide me?
Madam Mayor, through you to the councilwoman. So a motion here might be a motion to approve, subject to the conditions amended and proposed that Mr. Summerfield read into the record with the additional adjustments to hours of operation for Sundays, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., and elimination of the condition that would have required no live music or amplified systems to be engaged or used at any food truck events, and I think that should cover it. And again, I have all this written up, and we'll forward that to the clerk so that we have that official for the record.
Thank you.
So I am ready, Madam Mayor, to move to approve item 53 with all conditions read by Mr. Summerfield into the record.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 53. How say you, Councilman Greer?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Seaman? And thank you, and we're ready to post? And that motion carries. Wonderful. That's what city council's supposed to do. Yay, and our team. Wonderful. Thank you.
And I just want to
But
take
we're not done. We have to go to 54.
Oh.
So,
I move to approve agenda item 54 with all listed conditions by Mr. Summerfield.
okay, there's a motion on agenda item 54, subject to all conditions, is read into the record by Mr. Summerfield. And Councilman Creer? Okay, that was Councilwoman. We're ready, and post, please. Done. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank Councilwoman Diaz. She's been so great through this process, and of course, all the council members and you, Madam Mayor, for your support, and I think most importantly, the community, because this truly was an effort that everyone put forth. So really want to thank you all for your time and effort. And of course, Councilwoman's staff. They've been amazing, so thank you all.
Great, thank you. We're hungry, and we're ready to come join you once you get it open, so let us know. Okay, we're on to agenda items 54. We just did, so 55 through 58. 55 EAR 78088, on a request for a variance to allow a roof sign, wall signs, and marquee signs to cover 100% of the building elevation where 20 is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 9-foot-tall roof sign where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed. Number 56, SUP 77686, on a request for a special use permit for proposed open-air vending transient sales lot use. And number 57, MSP 77687, a request for a major amendment to an existing master sign plan, MSP 0004-02, for proposed LED display roof sign at 1916 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. Number 58, SDR 77688, on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 250 square foot restaurant on 1.11 acres at 1960 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. The applicant is Mario's Market, and the owner is the Johnson Family Trust 2, C-1 Limited Commercial Zone. For variance 78088 and SUP 77686, it is on 2.11 acres at 1960 North Martin Luther King Boulevard and 1425 Lake Mead Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Is the applicant present or representative?
Excuse me, Mayor. This is Brian down here. You know, even though we're trying this new video system, I know anyone watching may see there's only 3 of you sitting up here, so we may just want to make an announcement that there is a quorum of the council currently sitting with Councilwoman Diaz and Councilman Creer and Seaman on the phone.
Oh.
So just to make for the record, just because there's only 3 of you sitting here now, anyone watching may think we don't have a quorum, but we
Okay.
actually do have a quorum.
For those of you who have joined us lately, or even in the more recent time before that, we have Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Diaz, and Councilwoman Seaman, and hopefully at some point, if this goes on in the future, we will note it on the board so we don't have to do that, and because I did announce it, as we know. So, yes, did you want to say something, please?
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. He was absent, because you can see a very broad screen here. So we are on, and we do have cards of those who want to speak, so let's start, you please, as identify yourselves for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. Here is Mario's representative. I'm glad to be here with Mario Berlango for this matter, which is a 2-part application required to keep an ancillary kitchen with an LED roof sign within the parking lot of his grocery store. Mario took the time away from his busy grocery store to be with us. Some of you may recognize him as he was awarded Citizen of the Month for his devotion to the West Side. With that said, at this time, I'd like to read a letter submitted by Sheriff Joseph Lombardo on March 16th, if I may read it from him. It's 2 paragraphs. Great. Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council, in conversations with Mr. Mario Berlanga, I would like to express my support for his desire to display and advertise on a digital community board on his property, Mario's West Side Market, located at 1960 North Martin Luther King, Las Vegas. The expectation would be to advertise different community events, job opportunities, Amber Alerts, and other relevant local news. Mario has been a community partner with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for many years. He is a member of the Sheriff's Multicultural Advisory Council and has been very generous in his support of West Las Vegas. Mario has been the driving force behind the Bolden Little League program, giving hundreds of children the opportunity to play baseball under coaching mentorship of a Metro officer. Mario has also been a significant supporter of the backpack giveaway back to school event. As a side note, one day I was doing a site visit at Mario's establishment with the planning commissioner, and on that day he had coordinated with Metro officers to carpool different children in the neighborhood to go to the Martin Luther King parade. He works very closely with everybody in the neighborhood. Sheriff Lombardo goes on to write, this digital community board is just another example of Mario's commitment to his neighbors, first responders, community partners, business owners, and most of all, the youth. I ask that you consider granting Mario permission to display and advertise on this billboard.
Lovely.
Shall I give this to the clerk?
Yes, please.
All right. I will start with the kitchen portion of the application. To do so, I must first describe Mario's establishment. It's a full grocery store with a produce department and a butcher shop, which has cuts of meat that are very difficult to find elsewhere. It has stood as a part of the fabric of the historical West Side community for more than 60 years, 25 of which were presided over by Mario. It has a separate liquor and beer area. It has a cafeteria food counter as well. The food counter is the most active part of his business. His cafeteria-style Southern food, such as okra, cobbler, hush puppies, and he's mostly known for his catfish. I personally know and interact with many people within the ward that shop and eat there regularly. They know Mario on a first name basis, but a lot of people throughout the valley and visitors also make their way to Mario's food, for his food. His catfish has a big following. In fact, the counter regularly has more than 1,400 receipts each Sunday. At times, the cafeteria counter is the reason for keeping the store open late at night, and this is why we're asking for the remote service space. The only reason this kitchen is processed administratively is per code, and if I can have you on the overhead, this church here is considered a residential development and therefore an encumbrance warranting a public hearing. This church has no objection. In the staff report, there was concern that the nearest residents on Jimmy Avenue would be negatively affected by the activity and the sign, but we did submit a petition with 15 signatures on that street at Planning Commission. That petition recognized that this request closes earlier and adds no more errant light than the 7 franchised fast food drive-thrus at the same intersection. These residents have been patrons for several years, thereby compelling Mario to adjust his inventory to their tastes, which can include a lot of Creole products. It's very nice to see this symbiotic relationship and loyalty, given that we've all lost grocery stores near our own neighborhoods. In my case, I lost a Safeway at Boca Park that I used to go to. Moving on to the signage portion of the matter, after reading the staff report and talking with Planning Commission, we agree that the murals and photos on the structure itself, in combination with the large LED sign, is excessive, will match the roadside elevations with existing buildings, thereby removing some of the wall signage and the canopy signage. The LED sign meets the 200-foot residential separation. There's no objection from neighbors as it emits the same light as any business at the nexus of these major arterials. In addition to advertising the food service, as Sheriff Lombardo indicated, the purpose of the sign is to notify neighbors of the ongoing on-site community events such as the Metro Back to School, backpack giveaways, or the Bolden Area Command Safe Night Neighborhood Seminars. He also does work with the Doolittle Association, which has voiced their support as well. Sometimes he has on-site celebration of the West Side Little League team that he also advertises. We have submitted 15 signatures from the nearest residents on the block at Planning Commissions, as well as recommendations sealed by a structural engineer who has observed the compilation or the construction of the existing sign. We accepted the conditions on the staff report to come into compliance with the wall and canopy signage, to remove the temporary power pole and ensure the LED sign is structurally sound. We have Planning Commission approval and ask for yours as well.
Thank you very much. It's very comprehensive.
Madam Mayor, the staff finds no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance to support the requested variance. The project does not meet the conditional use regulations for an open-air vending or transient sales lot use, as the applicant proposes to operate past 8 p.m. and will be located 0 feet from a residentially zoned lot. Finally, the structure itself is temporary in nature, as demonstrated by the need for the temporary power pole and for our employees to escort customers to a closed market in order to utilize restroom facilities. Staff finds that the existing remote kitchen and outdoor air vendor is appropriate on a temporary basis, but not as a permanent structure open to business on regular basis. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the applications. I want to be very clear, because there was some discussion about content of signage. Nothing before you today is to approve any content of signage. This is not for off-premise advertising. It is only for on-site advertising. If you do approve the sign plan, if they wish to come back and request off-premise advertising, they will need to do that through a subsequent application. With that, ma'am, I have the recommendation for denial, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Present council, any questions here? This is a public hearing, and I do have cards from, it looks like Jacob, not sure. I can't read your writing, but I see you're on 125 Rancho Vista Drive. If you'd come forward. Then also after that, Ramon Savoy and William McCurdy, please. So thank you, sir. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Joseph Abraham, and I reside at 125 Rancho Vista. I apologize for my penmanship, Mayor.
You're probably an architect or something, or an artist. I mean, it's beautiful. It's just...
I'm actually the publisher of the Urban Voice magazine and a resident of West Las Vegas. I work in West Las Vegas, I worship in West Las Vegas, and I operate a business in West Las Vegas. I have the good fortune of counting Mario's West Side Market as a community partner with my publication of the Urban Voice and with the Bolden Little League. I've personally walked Jimmy Street and spoke with property owners and tenants and heard overwhelming support for Mario with regard to this particular issue. To memorialize those conversations, we prepared a petition and presented it to staff. For over a decade, I've witnessed the staff and management of Mario's West Side Market support the community, and I believe granting this request will only further bolster their efforts. As a point of fact, I would also like to say that there's no bathrooms at McDonald's, Jack in the Box, El Pollo Loco that are open after 9 o'clock because they operate a drive-through, which effectively is what this would be, as a walk-up. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the City Council and the City staff for their efforts to bolster small businesses in the City of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the Council. I come in your presence on behalf of Mario and his appeal.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ramon Savoy.
Thank you.
A recent proclamation date last month, thank you once again.
Yes.
Hearing what the stipulations that was put forth as far as why they don't feel that, staff feels that the necessary things are being met for Mario's establishment, as has been stated in these statements, and other people that have spoken his behalf, I too speak in behalf of Mario for what he has done in the community and what he has in plans for the future of the committee and the community as well. So with your agreement to allow the variances and necessary adjustments that Mario will make to make that happen, I think you'll be pleased, and I'm sure he will have a chicken dinner for you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Good afternoon. My name is William McCurdy. I have served this city in numerous boards. I've served on the 2020 master planning for the city of Las Vegas under Oscar Goodman, and Oscar told me one thing. He says, make sure you take care of your community and get to things that your community need. This community need the first digital board to be on Martin Luther King in the historic West Las Vegas. There are many reasons why you should grant this approval because of the fact what this man have done in our community. As you know, Mayor, you have been to his establishment, your husband and every elected official, the President of the United States, the candidate, and all those have been there, and we've had numerous events on his property. There are many vending operations that are mobile throughout the city of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas that are mobile and have not permanent standing on those facilities. They came before this council to get approval from many businesses to operate mobile vendings. So therefore, they're not bathrooms at those particular locations. And I'm trying to figure out why every time when something comes down to historical West Las Vegas, that it always had to be extra things put on people to do anything in that particular area. I'm currently having some problem with some issues with property that I own that I've been opportunity being given a long time ago that I have not addressed at this particular time with my council person. But I'm going to say this to you, if you deny this man to operate and deny this community to have a mobile operation and a digital board, you all are showing dissatisfaction with your trying to bring business into historic West Las Vegas. And so I conclude with that. I will continue to fight, continue to work for upbuilding West Las Vegas, which you had opportunity to work in our community in 1968, and you should know the need for this to be placed and be given the opportunity to do it. I thank God for Councilman Creer, how he's trying to build West Las Vegas, and also Assemblyman William McCurdy II. He is for this mobile billboard, which he's pushing for economic development, revitalization of his interior West Las Vegas, North Las Vegas Assembly District, and his County Commission District. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yes, Stephen Captain Truth Dempsey. I'm not an architect. I did work as a draftsman on some highways many years ago. And I also have come across 3 times in the last 2 months at a 7-Eleven where the patrons were told that we don't have a public restroom. And that's what caused me to come up here, because there was it's my understanding that there was a city that followed a disregard of that potential problem not too many years ago, called San Francisco. And what happened was the people started using the parking lots for their restrooms. Pretty soon, you know what happened? The tourism plummeted. Now, what could go wrong in Las Vegas if the tourism, when we get back online supposedly, if the tourism plummets, will we be here again saying, you know, we should have made somebody in the commercial activity making money off people and the public exchange provide some type of a public utility or a public restroom? Wouldn't have been that much difficult for them. I think you need to consider that in the future. Also, I think my concern for basic fundamental due process, the way I read this, it says staff recommends denial, Planning Commission 7-0 approval. Staff recommends denial, Planning Commission 6-1 approval. Staff recommends denial, Planning Commission 7-0 approval. Planning Commission, I'm sorry, staff denial, Planning Commission 7-0 approval. Can we have the staff give some type of a explanation or any discussion when it's 7-0 against what they want to happen, why they think the Planning Commission was so stupid and were unanimously trying to approve something? I think that would lend a lot to a determination whether due process exists here or whether staff just is against commercial activities. I don't know what the reasoning could be. Maybe they could enlighten us in the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they make their votes according to different guidelines, and that's why, but certainly in a succinct manner, Mr. Summerfield could just, we see it often, we see the difference because they are working under different rules. But
I have definitely seen it on numerous occasions, but I think an explanation would go a lot.
In brief, if you would, Mr.
Dramatic steps
Summerfield.
towards public understanding.
Of course, Madam Mayor. So as you know, Madam Mayor, your staff is here as your technical experts. We read and interpret the code as it's written. However, the Planning Commission, as appointed by each member of this council and the City Council, can take other factors into consideration when they are deliberating on whether or not to approve an item, including that technical information that the city staff provides. So that is why you will often see a disconnect, because such things as the neighbors are okay with it is something that you as a decision body can do, but my staff and my team, we cannot. So if it doesn't meet your code, we have to recommend denial almost all of the time. So that's why you see that disconnect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Very
Mayor.
good. Thank you. All right, just one quick, yes, one more comment, but you have to take your hat off, please.
Oh, yes, again. I'm sorry.
all right.
As far as the codes and things of that nature, I know that...
Again, yes, would you...
Ramon Savoy. Currently, they are exploring things for the 891060 for new coding. Am I correct, Mr. Studdfield? And are some of these things that we can be ahead of the curve on this if we go ahead and submit and make sure that Mario's establishment gets taken care of? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your Councilman Creer is very up on all of this, so always remember, please contact him. We just appreciate all the work. Anyone else in public comment? I'll close public comment. Anything to add, Mr. Summerfield?
No, ma'am. Everything else is in order.
Thank you. Anything from seated council? Nothing? Okay. Councilman, any questions, Councilwoman Diaz and Seaman? No. Okay, Councilman Creer. Oh, wait, nope, not yet. Time out. we have maybe something online.
We do, Mayor, thank you. Luann Holmes, City Clerk. We do have one online comment. It looks like it came from Lawrence Weekly. It states, "Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Mario's West Side Market will one day qualify to be listed on the Historic Registry. When businesses have come and gone, Mario stayed. This establishment has been a true blessing in 89106. I ask for your support, subject to conditions. Thank you, Lawrence Weekly."
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner. I know you're listening. Thank you, thank you. You've been such a supportive individual all these many years, and yourself, of course, having represented Ward 5 all those years, not too long ago. So with this now, Councilman Creer, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no need really to have a lot of commentary. This was done from our peers. But I do want to make a special thank you to our planning commissioner, Anthony Williams, who really came out and did his due diligence and helped provide safety issues with this sign, which was rightly needed. I want to go ahead and move for approval and also thank the architect, Joseph Davis, for coming out today as well. So I move for approval of Act 55. And everybody else who came out today as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, there's a motion to approve Agenda Item 55. Please vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, all of our at-homers have voted in. The motion carries. 56, please.
Madam Mayor, move for approval.
Motion to approve 56.
Aye.
Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. 57. Thank you. Motion to approve 57. Please vote and please post.
Aye.
That motion carries. And finally, Agenda Item 58. Thank you. There's a motion to approve on Agenda Item 58. Please vote. And please post. And congratulations, and thank you, Mario, for your years of love and dedication for the community. It's just been remarkable. Your name is everywhere, and you just do a great job. You're a model to the rest of the world, everywhere.
Thank you, and thank you to City Council.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, yes, I have 59 is obeyed to the 1st of April, and 60. VAR 78142, public hearing, applicant owner Eric H. Woods, for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 28-foot tall freestanding sign where 20 feet is the maximum allowed. A 298 square foot sign area where 100 square feet is the maximum allowed, and 140 foot separation from an existing residential property where 200 feet is the minimum required for a proposed freestanding sign with visible internal and external illumination to allow electronic message unit where such is prohibited on 1.10 acres at 2055 West Charleston, CD Design Commercial Zone, Ward 1, and that is Councilman Knutson's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning recommends approval, and I remember when the attorneys went in that building. Wonderful. Okay, this is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Madam Mayor, Mayor and Council, John Vorn, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, on behalf of the application.
Excellent. Pretty perfunctory, or did you want to make comment to it, or you just want to?
I certainly want to make comments.
Oh, well, please go ahead.
Okay. Quickly, the Eric Woods law firm is required to move their existing sign, freestanding sign, which is shown in blue here, due to the Charleston beautification project. They're moving it to the east, which is shown in red here. The sign itself, the existing sign is 28 feet in height, contains two 100 square foot panels. We simply want to replace the top 100-square-foot panel to modernize the sign with an LED display. We would respectfully request that you follow the recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. We're in agreement with all recommendations, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by requesting to install signage that does not comply with Title 1908-120 development standards for the CD designed commercial zoning district pertaining to freestanding sign height, sign area, illumination adjacent to a residentially zoned property, and the installation of an electronic sign. Staff would note that since the city has initiated the proposed streetscape improvements on Charleston Boulevard in the area, signs that are impacted by the street widening project can relocate to a new location on the subject site via a simple building permit, but they have to remain in their current configuration. However, the applicant has proposed to modify this existing freestanding sign by adding a new electronic message unit. Since the sign will be modified from its current condition, it must be treated as a new sign and held to our current standards as depicted in 1908-120 for freestanding sign development. Alternative design would allow for conformance with Title 19 requirements. In view of the absence of any hardship imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature and therefore is outside the realm of NRS 278 for granting a variance. Thank you.
And is it a two-sided sign?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looks very attractive. I shouldn't say that ahead of being heard by council persons, but living in the neighborhood, have we updated all as we are widening Charleston? Possibly this will happen again and again up and down Charleston. Does there need to be a look at those ordinances that now need to be changed, upgraded?
Again, ma'am, so this sign would have been perfectly fine to relocate on the site because, as mentioned, we, the city, are the reason why the sign needed to be removed. It was the applicant's decision to change the sign from its current configuration that has resulted in the need for this variance. For all those other properties, they would be similarly situated. If they want to maintain their existing signs, they can move those elsewhere on the site to move back from where the roadway project, and they'll be able to be approved as an administrative action on the building permit. However, if they want to make modifications to that sign that do not comply with current code, then they would need to go through this process.
Great, thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wanting to be heard on this sign? Anyone online? Nothing. Okay, any comments from council before I turn it over to Councilman Knutson? Okay, everybody online is okay and everybody in the phone at home is okay? Okay, Councilman Knutson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've met with Mr. Garnson. I think that Charleston is going to look very different in the next couple of years. I think the changes that are being proposed today are consistent with the expectation of what Charleston is going to look like in the future, and I'm comfortable making a motion for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 60. Please vote. How say you on the phone?
Aye. Aye.
Great, motion please post, and that motion carries. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. We're on to agenda item 61, VAR 78073, public hearing, applicant Robert J. Colvin, owner Colvin Living Trust, possible action on request for appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required, a 0-foot distance separation from the main building where 6 feet is required, an accessory structure that is not aesthetically compatible, and in front of the main building where such is prohibited for proposed 237 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 carport, on .14 acres at 1425 Norman Avenue. That's R1 single-family residential zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial, and this is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor. My name is Robert Colvin. I'm the owner of 1500 South 13th Street, and I am the owner of my daughter's house at 1425 Norman Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to appeal my request to build a carport at my daughter Crystal Colvin's house at 1425 Norman Avenue in the Huntridge neighborhood of Las Vegas. Our family has lived here for 41 years in the neighborhood and has extensively upgraded our homes over the years. Can I have the camera on the...
Yes, I mean, I think we're on. We've got the
Okay.
picture.
This is the home that, when I bought it, as you know, they enclosed the carport that was there, and I would imagine that they had kids, so they needed the extra room and a bathroom. So when I bought the house, there was no carport. This is the house right now after I've got done fixing it up. Recently, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to prevent me from building a carport at my daughter's house owned by me. My reason for filing the appeal is that one of the commission members stated that it was a self-inflicted hardship. Well, I didn't inflict the hardship. I believe this has meant that prior to purchasing the house, the previous owners had turned the carport into an enclosed bedroom bath. Thus, there was no existing carport on the property when I bought the house, leaving no cover for a vehicle. He also stated that there are no other carports in front of the houses on Norman Avenue. There are two. He also stated that the carport I wanted to build would not be aesthetically pleasing. However, this is the identical carport that I built at my home, which was approved by the Planning Commission and the City Council last year, that you all approved. Same carport. I would ask you to look at the photos of mine and my daughter's homes to see that we have enhanced the neighborhood by greatly upgrading and keeping our properties to a higher standard. And in my opinion, I believe this is discriminatory. This is the house that I live in, and this is the carport that I built, and I passed all inspections right after I got permission to build. At the meeting, he presented 6 negative replies to the building of the carport, but failed to mention any positive comments at the meeting. I produced 4 letters from the neighbors near my daughter's home. Also, a woman spoke on my behalf in favor of the building of the carport. Since my carports were approved last year, I did not believe that I would need to produce a ton of letters in my favor. Therefore, today I have brought 8 positive letters from homeowners on Norman Avenue and 5 others in the area, and that's these here.
Okay, we have some. Okay, thank you.
The main reason for wanting to build a carport for my daughter's house is that she has been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and is disabled. It would be a great benefit to her to be able to get into her truck during these intense summer months without putting additional stress on her body. This would allow her to want to leave home more often and take part in the community. She is an IBEW member and has been for over 20 years. She had to retire because of her illness. Now, I got with my engineer, Larry Sanchez, and he's got with Councilwoman Diaz, and she wanted to see more pictures of my carport at my house to compare, and so I did that. And we've been trying to work together to get this approved for my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Summerfield first, and then we'll have the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, staff finds that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing an accessory structure which does not comply with the Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19 development standards. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this variance request. I would note that this is for a proposed carport where I believe the one that was being referenced previously was an existing carport that permission was granted after the fact because it was already existing, but this one is a proposed carport. It does not exist today. Thank you.
So are you saying the prior carport was built without permit?
My understanding, and the applicant can correct me, but the carport that he's referencing that was approved not that long ago. I believe that was an existing carport, and often I do know Planning Commission and Council is a little more generous sometimes with if someone's already built something and it doesn't create a huge amount of heartburn for them, then they may let them keep it versus letting something that's not existing go up that doesn't meet the code.
But the one that he's proposing for his daughter's home is the same?
I believe it is the same type of structure, corrugated metal on 4 poles, potentially just attached to the fascia of the eaves or the area where the garage or carport used to be.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item or number 61? Okay, let's see, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mr. Colvin for making sure he's using the appropriate channels to build the shed. So Mr. Summerfield noted, sometimes those are put up and we seek forgiveness before we even seek permission. So I'm appreciative that he is doing this in the right manner. I have been talking to some neighbors on Norman, and they said that what Mr. Coleman has done with the property has been amazing. It was dilapidated and it was light on the street, and now it's a beautiful home that his daughter lives in, and the community appreciates those efforts to keep up the property. They also understand that sometimes medical conditions and the intense heat of Las Vegas does wear down on people. So their only concern would be to see if he could add a matching color to that carport, and it kind of tied in harmoniously to the cute home that his daughter has there. So, Mr. Colvin, is it a part of your plan to make sure it matches the paint of the home?
He's answering his light is not on for some reason, but he said yes, it would, there he is.
Yes, it will match the home.
That's good.
It has a tan color fence. Mine has a white fence. Hers will have the same color on the structure.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Summerfield, would there have to be other conditions that we're concerned about in terms of how the structure is being thought out to be built?
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, we don't have any added conditions. The paint will not be sufficient to meet the code requirement for aesthetically compatible. However, I think that is a good measure that the applicant is willing to do that for the neighbors so that there is at least some attempt to meet that. Because this is not existing, we don't have any conditions about when to get permits. They have 2 years in order to build this under this approval if it is approved. But beyond that, I do not have any additional conditions. They will have to meet and get the permit, so they will have to ensure that the building department is satisfied with their attachment to the house. Exactly where and how they do that will all be a part of their permitting process.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here on agenda item 61? Having no one come forward. Yes, did you want to speak on this, please, sir?
I certainly would. I want to say good morning to everybody in the room, and I respect your position you represent for the whole city.
Can we have your name, sir?
Please, sir, excuse me, your name.
Bobby Haynes. My physical address, I'm behind the Mormon church there at Penwood and Orville. It's 3004 South King Minus Way.
Thank you.
The zip code over there is 89102.
Thank you, please. I didn't mean to
Okay, I've been
interrupt
around
you.
this town a little while here, roughly at this time about 10 or 12 years. But there's several things that's bugging me. In my backyard, I got 8-foot fences concrete fences and landscape area.
This is,
there.
are you speaking on agenda item 61?
I'm not?
No, I think you're probably waiting for public hearing, which is not too far off.
I apologize.
No, don't, sir, don't worry. Thank you very much. And we'll take your comments in just a little bit. So anyone else, public comment? I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to turn this over to you, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given that Mr. Coleman has many letters of support from his neighbors that live on that street, and I talked to a few that say they're wholeheartedly support them as responsible homeowners in the area, and move to approve item number 61.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item.
Excuse me, Mayor.
61.
Were we planning on adding the condition with regard to the color, or has that already been added?
I believe it's understood. It
And he
hasn't been
said
added.
yes.
It's a part of their plan. They
Right.
indicated that they would
And he had
be.
already.
Just want to make sure for the
He
record.
had said yes already. So thank you. All right, so the motion, please vote. And on the phone, Councilwoman Seaman?
Aye.
Councilman Creer?
I'm going to vote aye. I'm going to support Councilman Diaz. I do believe that this is a self-proposed hardship without a doubt, but I want to support Councilman Diaz.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion, and it's unanimous. Thank you. Good luck to you. Follow all the instructions, and thank you for taking such good
It
care.
only took me 2 months to complete my structures, and I did not fail any inspections.
Wonderful. Thank you. You seem such an honest, good man, so wonderful going forward. All right, we'll move on to Agenda 62, because 63, 64, and 65 have been obeyed, the first two to April 1st, and 65 to April 15th. So, number 62, SUP 78107, public hearing, applicant QC Financial Services, Inc., owner MBSB NV-TX Holdings LLC, possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed 1,160 square foot auto title loan use within an existing financial institution, specified use with waivers to allow an 8-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required, to allow an 1,160 square foot tenant space dedicated to use where 1,500 square feet is required, and to allow window signage that does not comply with Title 19.12 standards at 3149 North Rancho, Suite D, C2, General Commercial Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or a representative present? Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, this request for a special use permit is to add the auto title loan use to an existing financial institution specified. The additional use will result in some additional paper transactions as no vehicles are stored at the site, thereby not expanding or intensifying what is already existing at this location. As such, approval of the auto title loan use will not compromise the public health, safety, or welfare, and staff is recommending approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone here wishing to be heard on agenda item 62? Seeing and hearing no one. Was there anybody online, Madam Clerk? Nope. Anything over there? Nope. Okay, we are closing public hearing, and Councilman Creer, please attend to this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is the applicant here?
No, nor a representative.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, so the next item, item 63, was the same applicant. When they were contacted by the councilwoman for Ward 3's office, they may not have understood that they were only asking for the item in their ward to be obeyed. So there could be a communication issue with that, Councilman. Thank you.
Aha. So, Councilman, as I...
have not met with them, and we haven't met with them, and I'm not too sure exactly what it is.
Councilman, if...
Mr. Summer, help me understand. So this is a financial institution. There should be a 200-foot separation
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I might. So, Councilman, this item is more technical in nature. They have an existing financial institution specified that already has existing waivers of distance separations. The group that is now doing this, they want to add the ability to do auto title loans. The way our code does it, an auto title loan is a more intense activity. Therefore, we were not able to just do this administratively. They have to come forward. However, there are no vehicles to be parked at the site, which is why auto title loan has a thing, because technically you could be using your car as collateral, and some of these in the past have actually required your car to be there for the week or 2 weeks that you take some of these loans out. That is not the case here. This is more procedural in nature. They will be increasing their lines of business to include auto title loans, but the impact on the site is not, there should not be any impact to the site or to the neighbors.
Okay. With that said, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to move for approval. If there's no discussion from my colleagues.
And there was no comment from public comment, so hopefully I closed public comment, but I don't see any commentary here. Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 62. Please.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously, so agenda item 62 has passed. And as I mentioned, 63 is obeyed, and 64 to the 1st of April, 65 to the 15th of April. And we have heard the 66 from Mr. Adams. We struck number 67. So now we are going to set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building and nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you, will do.
Thank you. And we will now move on to our second public comment and citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Let's go ahead and set, if you wouldn't mind, let's set it for 2 minutes, and let me give you this, if I might, Ms. Campbell. Thank you. And we have, okay, please. Hi there.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Daniel Brayson, I'm a resident of the city of Las Vegas. I passed this out the last time. We have a change. The Inventors Process Summit is not going to be happening. I also included a website that I'll discuss a little bit. You're dealing with a lot of serious medical situations and health situations. Let me give you a different way of looking at it. Louis Pasteur became famous because he came up with the germ theory. In fact, you know, you're walking along and this germ jumps inside of you and you're sick. His contemporary was an individual by the name of Antoine Beauchamp. He says it's a terrain problem. That means if your body is sick, it will become sick. And if your body is healthy, it doesn't matter what the germs are around it. You know, you'll go into a room and one person catches the germ and nobody else does. The main reason is that the individuals that get sick, their bodies, their terrain is conflicted.
2 minutes.
Like the picture here with the goldfish. If you have a goldfish and that it's sick, you don't vaccinate the goldfish, you don't give pills to the goldfish, you change the water. And that's the exact same thing that my individual that I gave you his website proposes, that when we get sick, if we change the interfluids of our body, we will heal. He's got videos on that link that'll show that if you put diluted cucumber juice, which is highly alkaline, onto a cell, you'll change the sick to healthy. And if you put diluted vinegar on the healthy, you'll change it to sick. So all I'm doing is like to just present this, that as you go forward with individuals that are more into health, you just might say, what do you know about this? If you'd like him to come up and present, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
That was 3.
2 minutes. You just had a great idea. That was what consumed you. Thank you very much. Do you have any reports or anything you want to give our city clerk? We appreciate it.
There isn't a
Thank you.
counter here. There isn't a counter to see the time.
Sir? Yes.
Sir?
Didn't forget, I was reaching.
Okay.
Stephen, Captain Truth Dempsey. I know I made a presentation before the Gaming Control Board a couple months ago, and they don't have a 3-minute or anything like that. And the chairman made the announcement that at 2 minutes he was going to start a yawn or something to indicate that. And I thought it was really cool. And he commended me because I've stopped at exactly 3 minutes. He said after that, so you might want to consider that. I thought it really liked it. I made a comment about city employees. I've been doing an extensive investigation on what I consider improper conduct by city employees. They've ranged from gross negligence to actual criminal activity at this point. I was really impressed when the gentleman with the police background made the comment earlier in the meeting to the city manager about he would be responsible for some of the decisions that he was forced to make or asked to make, but was expected to consider properly and make good decisions. And I'll be contacting him and see if he has any advice for me or any suggestions. But I came today, or came last meeting with the intent of doing what I'm going to do today. I have cards similar to this gentleman's program here, and it show that I've listened to for about 20 years, infowars.com/show. It's on a 24-hour loop. You can watch it any time, day or night. He had a guest host there. Alan Keyes was the gentleman's name, and he had on a guest. The gentleman was a preacher, and he spent 11 years in Uganda. And they had Bengay or something fever, they had AIDS, they had cancer, they had everything, and this gentleman claimed that his procedure got rid of all those.
Thank you. So if you would give that to our clerk, we
Well,
can
I've
just
got
go
cards
on.
for each one of them. In fact, I've got one for you, and your husband constantly talked about cures for cancer, and this might be it. So I've got one for him, too.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it. Thank
the
you.
website is g2church.org.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, sir. No. Here, let me give these to you also.
As I stated before, my name is Bobby Haynes, and I live at 3004 South King Minus Way, behind the Mormon church there. I'm about a block and a half from the high school, Clark. So here's what my issue is. My issue is, and there's several things. I went down to city planning. I offered to buy a city light. They got wooden poles up that's been there for 50 years, and there's 90 million wires hanging off of them. I'm a little perturbed in reference to this. And I've been sent phone to phone making inquiries about this. The permit people pretty much said, okay, but I had to get permission from the city to do this. So I called up the Nevada Energy, and I spoke with them. And they kind of shined me on as well. I think I live in a good neighborhood. I own my own house. I'm a Vietnam veteran.
Thank you for your service.
I'm a Marine. And so I belong to the American Legion and the Marine Corps League. And I've been there. I got my CW from American Shooters. what I'm considering myself is a good citizen, a citizen that's for not just for me, but the community at large. Because my street, everybody seems to be in sequence and trying to keep the area clean. I got people on the corner tend to just leave garbage, literally dump garbage right on the street. Now, I have no idea why they did that, but I did call.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask you, please be in touch with your Ward 1 councilman, Councilman Knutson, and he can attend and find out what's happening with the drippy wires and why the Republic or whoever's got that assignment for the trash pickup. And so it's Councilman Knutson right there at the end, Ward 1. And if you'd be in touch with him.
Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you.
I also want to commend Dina Tyson for working with veterans.
Right.
That's one of her things.
We all care so much, and thank you.
I know everybody do.
Thank you.
But action speaks louder than
Without question. Thank you. So please make an appointment with Councilman Knutson's office. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you again for your service. Next, hi, you're back.
Hello, Mayor Goodman and the rest of the City Council. We are waiting to speak on item number 63 and 64 because it directly, I'm sorry, my name is Fawn Douglas, for the record. But I live in the 89104 area, and we really care about this area. We've been having conversations with other community members, and especially at the JC Park, which is in the Saharan Eastern area. There are members of our community that are very much against the building of another auto title loan place, as well as a liquor store. There's already a 7-Eleven on the corner, Cardenas on the corner, Jake's Bar, but all these other businesses are going to be directly affected.
These have been obeyed, and if you will make an appointment with Councilwoman Diaz, who's not here, she's on the phone.
Yes.
But if you'll call Ward 3 and make an appointment with their office. She, because of the restrictions upon us right now, or voluntary efforts not to be here, I don't know what her schedule is, but I would definitely call her office. You'll be forwarded to a line that you can make an appointment. Those have been obeyed, both items to April 1st. Aren't they April 1st? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So
Thank you
April
so
1, then
much.
come back.
Thank you. I just wanted to just say I risked, with the pandemic going on, just to sit here for the past couple of hours that I did, because myself and other members feel very strongly against these two items. Thank you.
Good. And Ms. Douglas, I just know that Councilwoman Seaman has heard you. But I hope your partner over there doesn't have any germs, because you're supposed to seat 6 feet apart.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye. Wow. Okay, anyone else? I'm going to then go ahead and we'll close agenda item 69. Do we have anybody online? I forgot to ask. Nobody? Okay, so now we are on our council recognition. And so I'm going to start with you, Councilman Knutson.
No comments from me.
Well, let
Thank you,
me
Mayor.
read the instruction if you don't mind. Council member recognition comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. Any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please, your statements.
No comments from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as we go into this difficult time, and we have to really reevaluate all of our events that are happening, we are trying very hard to make sure that we adhere to our emergency status. Tomorrow, March 19th at 3 p.m., we will be outside. We will make sure that we continue with our 6 feet minimal social distance. We are going to be getting this adaptive swing set. It's a wheelchair swing set happening, and that will be at the Polly Gonzalez Memorial Park tomorrow. Again, it's going to be outdoors. We will be very diligent on being 6 feet apart, and we are working hard to make sure that we reach out to all of our people in our community and find out what they need. I will be on Friday, this Friday, I will be outdoors again at the Centennial Hills Community Center. Again, we will practice the 6 feet separation. I've had people meet me at my house, concerned, worried, not knowing where to turn, and I tell folks to go to our website, lasvegasnevada.gov. We have instructions for you. We will also, I left notes on all of my neighbors' doors if they need anything to please call me. Even if we don't even knock at the door, they open it, we just leave them a little bag of goodies that they need. So just be very neighborly. I'm here for you, I'm your representative, and I will continue to work for you and make sure that we adhere to all of our CDC and our mayor and governor's rules. We have an outdoor event on March 21st, 2020. I don't know if we will prevail. It just depends on our bands. It's our Las Vegas Bluegrass Festival. It's from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Because it is on so many acres, we can absolutely practice the 6-foot separation. But again, this event is going to highly depend upon who shows up, if we have the technical support to have the stage and do all of that. So this is this Saturday. As of right now, I think we're on. Mr. Scott Adams, have you heard anything different?
I have to defer to Lisa. I think it is very tenuous right now.
Right.
I think in terms of all the support we need, I'm not sure where we're at.
That's correct, City Manager Adams and Mayor Pro Tem Fiore. Right now, we're just trying to see if we can get the staffing and the support.
Right, so it's tentative, and we'll see how it goes. I want to, please do not kill me, Madam Mayor, but I would like to just wish you a happy birthday.
Oh.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
It's our mayor's birthday, and I just want to say happy birthday. We have a located child, thank goodness, Charlotte Diaz. She's 16 years old, and she has been found and located. So thank you guys very much. We are missing Amelia Moulton. She is 16. She's a female, 5'2". She only weighs 140 pounds, brown hair, green eyes. Amelia was last seen in the area of South Las Vegas Boulevard and West Harmon Avenue. She was last seen wearing black Converse sweater, black leggings with black Converse shoes. So please, if you know where Amelia is, please call our Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111, Nevada Child Seeker 702-458-7009. We also have an endangered missing juvenile, Mariah Rodriguez. She's only 13. She's a female. Brown eyes, dark brown hair. She's Hispanic, and she needs insulin. This child is insulin dependent and may be in need of medical assistance. She was last seen in the area of Charleston and South Hollywood. So please call Metro Police at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. We also have a Corridor of Hope, our Corridor of Hope success story, and we are going to talk about the beautiful Carter family. Ms. Carter and her daughter came to the Courtyard Homeless Resource Center after struggling with homelessness for 2 months. They were fortunate to receive shelter at a local women's shelter and continued to utilize services at the Courtyard. Soon after the shelter was no longer able to provide accommodations for the Carters, the opportunity came for them to participate in the city's flexible housing program, where they had a safe and private place to stay while creating a goal-driven plan. During her stay in the city's flexible housing program, the community played an important role in stabilizing the family. Community partners assisted the Courtyard in relieving the single mother of some holiday pressures, and as a result, her daughter was able to participate in the holiday celebrations. Because of the assistance provided by the Courtyard Homeless Resource staff and city's flexible housing program, Ms. Carter gained employment and the ability to seek permanent housing on her own.
Great story, wonderful. We worked so hard, Kathy Thomas Gibson and Jocelyn Fluid Fisher, and so many, and volunteers, and certainly all our social services are beyond prayed for and thanked. Councilman Anthony? Nothing. Okay, let's go online. Let's start with Councilwoman Seaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and before they get the slides up, I do want to talk about something that we're doing, because through all of this, we're having a blood shortage. And so on March 31st, we are planning, and please stay up to date with my emails, my Facebook, but we're planning a blood drive, March 31st mobile, and you'll have to make an appointment so that they make sure we stay within the 6-foot rule and so forth. But we have to be cognizant that we don't have enough blood supplies in case of another emergency. So this is very important. And I have my small business Sunday, but we have decided to pulse the videos, and I will be filming ways that you can reach out to SBA and different things to get through this hard time while the businesses are closed. And I want to reiterate what the mayor pledged, that we could get businesses open as soon as possible, because people really do need to get back to work as long as it's safe. I'd also want to say that if you want me to come out and interview your business while it's closed, I can interview you. We can be 6 feet apart, and then when we're ready to get businesses open again, we can start putting up those videos. So you can still reach out to my office and we can arrange something. If you are not sick and you would like to have a companion during this time that you're at home, we do have a couple of pets up for adoption over at the Animal Foundation. We have Ellie, a neutered male, 1 year and 7 months, who's looking for a home. We have Pumbaa, I'm a little ahead of the slide, a neutered male, 2 years old, weighing 8.5 pounds. And then we have a beautiful Moonglow, a 1-year-old male, 1 year and 6 months, 70 pounds. And then we have little kitty Minaj, a female, 4 years old. So everybody stay safe during this time, and if you need anything, my office is there to help you, and we are constantly putting out emails of different updates. So if you would like to go on to my social media, you will get those updates. My social media, just follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Victoria C. Seaman. And again, if you need anything, I'm here for you. Reach out to my office and Ward 2 at LasVegasNevada.gov.
Thank you so much. And Councilwoman Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Well, first off, happy birthday, Mayor Goodman.
No, it's really a week away, but we were seated here, so she's the devil to tell anybody. Shame on you.
That's okay.
I have 7 more days at this age. Thank you, though.
Celebrate every day.
Thank you.
I know that we are big and strong, and one thing that I am proud about being born and raised here is that I know we come together when things get tough. And so I know that we'll get through this together, and so many people have already started to show that in hard times we do seek to comfort one another, help each other out, and be good neighbors. So continue to do that. I wanted to make sure that people were informed about unemployment benefits. I know that some people are having to go without working, and there is the word out there to try to file your unemployment insurance claim online. There's just no way that we have the manpower to do it on the phones and keep the social distancing going. So just know that the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation has extended its working hours 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday to help folks apply for this unemployment compensation. And they are really asking that we hop online and claim, to do our claims there. So if you need any further information, I'll give my office number at the end of my announcements, and you can call us and we can help you navigate too. I also have heard through the Vegas Chamber that there is some relief available to small business owners through the Small Business Administration. So they have a disaster loan program that they have been working with the Chamber on putting together for Nevada small businesses and nonprofits. So please make sure you reach out to the Chamber, go to their website and get more information about all these efforts that these two entities are putting together. And I hear that this loan relief can be a loan as little as $25,000 up to $2 million. And I think that a lot of our businesses are going to be able to take advantage of much needed help. Also, with the day-to-day, hour-to-hour kind of time we're living in, just know before you go, make sure you call the place that you're wanting to go, either shop or maybe patronize, because more and more I'm hearing from small business owners that they're deciding to be proactive and close their businesses to help support the time. So I'm just highly encouraging everybody to give a call to the place where they're heading so that, to save them a trip that then they might get there and find out no one's open or available to tend to them. And so my ward office is here to help people navigate. We're going to be putting all of the other ways. The community partners are stepping up to help through updates, email, but you may call us at 702-229-4623 or email us at ward3@lasvegasnevada.gov.
Councilwoman, could you repeat your phone number? Because unfortunately, so many of our people don't have access to internet, and they just have to rely on public phones where they can get them. And these are the people that are going to be most severely hit by this. And so they need to be in, not knowing what you're doing in Ward 3 as far as any office hours. I know we're closing the lobby. I was told by our city manager in the public comment time that he had to bring our update. So you really, everybody that's watching with any concerns at all is beyond the essential staffing that's here. I will be in on my regular time, so our office is open, but really for each other person to have a way, a phone number to connect anybody in your ward and let them know how to reach you if in fact you will not be in City Hall. Please.
Yeah, so we are still taking the calls. They have been forwarded, even though we're not physically present. So I'll give both the number for my office as well as for my business line for the city. So the office, I'm going to do it a little bit slower because I know that I can rattle it off pretty fast. So my office line where my staff is ready to take your calls at any time is 702-229-4623, and then my city line, personally to me, is 702-764-1093.
Thank you. Was there anything more?
No, that was it, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for staying with us the whole day, even though I got a lot of little Post-its. Make sure they're still there, make sure they're still there. I knew you were there, unless our wonderful city clerk and her staff said, lost them. So thank you very much.
That reminds me, Mayor, I do want to thank the diligence of our city clerk and all her staff for making this available to us who joined by phone. I know that it was hard for me to manage all of my all of my different devices, and I was hit the wrong button, and I just want to give a huge thank you to them, because I know that it's been a lot of work to try to manage all of the different dynamics. They've been amazing, so thank you so much to Luann and the team.
Right, and our tech staff has been stupendous through this, that got it on by today, so hats off to them. You got a fist pump from Luann and Stacy. So anyway, they got it, and they're happy folk. They're smiling that it didn't break down. Thank you. Okay, and Councilman Creer.
Hi, Madam Mayor. We don't have any announcements, except for the fact that we canceled any of our public meetings that we had in the month. We sent out two email blasts, special blast of COVID-19 special blast.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Take care of your family. So everybody already knows how to be in touch with you? Okay. Okay.
We are here for you, and
Great.
we'll be working remotely.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you so much. And then I think I'm the Lone Ranger here last, but again, want to thank our wonderful staff, our first responder staff and city manager, all of our staff that work diligently, and I'm sure we'll be able to find out as we go forward who's going to be where and how to get in touch with them, but we should be hearing that through our city manager and our public information office, again, through my city staff, but I don't know if they're going to be in yet. So that's where it is, but I thank you, thank our marshals, thank the public for coming here, being so patient, abiding by the new regulations that we have, and certainly thank council, every one of you, for the support, the patience, and really helping us work through this all. So thank you, have a good weekend. Missing St. Patrick's Day yesterday, but to those of you who celebrate St. Patrick's Day, thank you very much. And we'll be letting you know what's going to happen with our next city council meeting, which will be April 1st. And it's been an interesting lesson today, particularly where the weaknesses are, what are the problems, how difficult and what are the challenges as we work through being at home and or being here, and the public, and what are the pluses and minuses. So I know Mr. Adams is going to be reviewing everything all day long, every day, about everything that we're having to deal with. So good luck to you. Just give us a call if we can help you, and we're there for you. We understand it's going to be extremely challenging. So we're all staying apart regardless. Wash your hands, do all the things you know that we've been doing all our lives, but do it even more so now. And again, our technology staff, thank you, our public information for working with us, and for everyone who's come down and sat through this all, thank you.